If you're new here, let me quickly set the context before we start. On this channel, we look at horse racing through data, race structure, and risk, not tips or hype. Instead of jumping straight to who will win, we slow things down and first ask, which runners cannot win and why? You'll see an Excel sheet on screen during the stream. Think of this as the engine that runs the analysis here. It's a proprietary model we've developed to understand how a race is shaped, not just who looks good on a race card. By combining pressure, pace, distance, class, and competition, the engine helps us see where a race is stable and where forcing a pick would be risky. When the signals line up, we act. When they don't, the engine tells us to step back and explain the risk instead. You can use the timestamps below to follow the analysis race by race. Welcome to the Grandstand Gazette, data-driven horse racing analysis, educational use only. No betting advice. Full disclaimer in the description.
Good morning. Today is 2nd of May 2026, and we're going to be doing some analytics today here at Eagle Farm. Eagle Farm is in Queensland, and this is a bigger track than Doomben, and we've got about 9 races here today. So what's happening today is a little weird because we do not have any of the top tier tracks, and this is one of the tracks that is very prominent. But the problem with this track today is it is heavy 8 is what I've seen last. So things are going to be a little volatile here, but by the time I actually looked for an option, it was too late, and this is the best that I could arrange. Things are volatile. The ground rating is heavy at this point of time. This track offers about 30% of the odds. So out of 10 races, 3 of the odds generally they come home. And this is where we are going to be doing our analytics today. Welcome to Grandstand, and we do horse racing analytics, and we do that in 2 steps. First, we try and identify the best horses through physics, mathematics, a little bit of understanding of horse racing. And once we have identified the best horses, that's when we take a look at the horses at the paddock or the gates when we get the live stream from the paddock or the gates. If we find that all the horses that we have chosen are looking good and good to go with, we wait for the results to validate them. But if we find that there are better horses at the paddock and there are circumstantial changes, we often highlight those things. So we are here and we will see what we can do. The first one is a benchmark 70, 1200 meters. We'll quickly take the market snapshot. It is still saying heavy 8. So 8 and 9 has been scratched. So we don't have 8 and 9. Fifteen, 3, 4, and 12. So yes, the 15 is the favorite, which is okay. And so what's good about this horse and what's not? Okay, so basically this is 1200 meter. This is going to be running 0. Okay, so there's no pressure on this horse. It is going to run. It's one of the EWs, which is there, which is good. Uh, that's that part of the story. Okay, now through the drop, it is the highest drop. Is it right or wrong? So here is the thing. So what I have done is there are two changes here. One is we have added one ADR channel, and then we have unhidden this lev tool. All right. So there are two things that we are going to be monitoring. The season is changing, so there are going to be different factors which will come into play, especially you know, the wet runners, the good runners on the wet ground and heavy track experience. All that will come into place. But here is what happens. So we know what the leverage is, correct? So so we have a leverage, and then we have a LF tool. So what is LF tool is basically if there is a leverage, now that leverage also calculates the torque on that horse. So whatever increment of the torque is there or not there, that also it calculates. The higher torque, it is better. This is definitely better. These all the higher torques are definitely good horses. That's why they have the higher torques, and they often come into the odds. Okay, so that's one way of looking at it. The other way of looking at it is what happens after the leverage. What happens after the leverage? And so after the leverage, if there is a drop, we get to see. After the leverage, if there is an increment, we get to see that. So now that that 15 is the favorite, we will keep that thing in mind, that this is the favorite, which is an EW. It is going to run 0 pressure. Now, what is inquisitive here is if we look through the drop line, all right. So we get 15, 12, 11, 10. Up till here, we have drop. 15, 12, 11, 10, 13, correct? Wherein 15 has a very high leverage. 12 is getting into negative. 11 has a very high leverage. At the same time, is a higher torque than 15. What is happening on this side is this is a 58. Both of them are 58.5. So this is higher. This is a bigger drop. This is a lower drop. And through this, when we calculate, so what is this? Basically, the ADR. ADR is basically we are considering this as a drop, correct? This is the drop. We know that this is the drop. The 58, there is a drop of 2 kilos becoming 56. So that's the drop, okay? But what the ADR is also going to calculate the drop in the field, okay? So we know there is a con. The con basically tells you what is the level of the competition. So if there is a level of competition, then that has to be, in every game, every sport, there is a level of competition. So who has the highest level? 4 has the highest level, but it is also going into negative. Then it is 2, then it is 12, then it is 3, like that. So we'll see how that works. So if that's that, then the ADR will also show basically what is the, I mean, through the level of competition, which one is the biggest drop. We always get that negative, but we will get the drop here as well. It might sound a little confusing. Even I am not too confident about this at this point of time, but what I have done is I have matched it with some other fields, and we'll see how that works. For now, 11 is a check. Okay. For now, 11 is a check. Check. Now, why 11 is a Y11 is a check. If you look at here, so those are the highest drops. Here, this is 2, that's that. This is 12, that's that. We know what that means. So that's where it is. If we look through that, then 11 comes here. 2, they are getting into negative. So my assumption is this, that if we have to do those are probably, that's what I think. We'll see how that works. Cliffy, welcome back, Cliffy. PC, welcome back, PC. Cliffy brought a friend. Thank you so much for doing that, Cliffy. Thank you for bringing in your friends. We go 14 minutes. Let's check. PC is on Bendigo. One probably is not in the game. We'll see how it works. Wow.
plays about, followed by Aristocrat, then Famous Zoo. On the inside of Mad Harry, Oakfield, the last. Eagle Farmers on tonight's Queensland Guineas Day. David Fowler, good morning to you. Good morning to you, Simon. And yes, pleased to report too, 6 rain overnight. We've had a fine morning in Brisbane, so this can only help the track. And the indication is, we'll see what happens in the first race. We may get back to a soft 7, not the heavy 8 we're currently on. We'll see how that plays out. 15 Champagne Lane, 420 favourite in the first. Just a little easy this morning in the last half hour or so. Over 3 Mercurial Lady, firm at 480. In fact, edging ahead of a dash 4 without parallel at 460 to be second favourite. Then Mercurial Lady at 12 Zufani, solid at the $5, double figures the rest. I'm with Champagne Lane. I think she's in the right race, the right jockey, the right map. I think they'll go strong with here. She'll sit midfield and be hard to hold out. But they'll just take her on the last half an hour or so. First of 9 races today. We're starting on a heavy 8. Fingers crossed we can do a little better in the reassessment department, but we'll see how that pans out. First race in 4 minutes. In the Jockey Challenge Brisbane, Jason Collins is $2.70, Ben Thompson $3.30, and Ashley Morgan is at $5. Hawkesbury 6, 9, 11, 5 the numbers. So 6 goes into the frame here. Oakfield, Alaska, written by Michaela Weir. 310 and 140. Second to 9, Shai Milan at $5.60. And 11 is run third there, Fame at Suo at $17.60 a place. 5 is fourth West Head, 6, 9, 11, 5 at Hawkesbury. Early favourite to race 3, Viewpoint at $2.70. Now we've got Newcastle coming up today. Their first is due to jump in 10. We'll get the film shortly for an update. And don't forget, we've got the Group 1 South Australian Derby on from Morphettville. It's a Group 4 in Adelaide. Their first race is due in 23 minutes. I'll have the build up there with Tim Edwards shortly.
We are hosting today's broadcast from the lands of the Ku-ring-gai people. We acknowledge the traditional custodians of country and recognise their continuing connection to land, waters and culture. We pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging.
You know the feeling when your mate's golf ball flies past yours? Or when you're on the green in regulation? Golf, we get it. That's why we have our lowest price guarantee. As Australia's biggest, you can count on our massive buying power for the lowest prices in golf. But if you happen to find a lower advertised price, we'll beat it. The Drummond Golf's lowest price guarantee. Unbeatable. Conditions apply.
Riders in the yard for race 1, Newcastle. Phil Roberts, good afternoon. Yeah, good afternoon, Simon. Good afternoon, everyone. With a little bit of sun poking through the clouds here in Newcastle as we're getting ready for the first event. Runners in the yard. Hellside at 3:30 into 3:10 in the last couple of minutes, and look, here's been 3:10 out to 3:50. So Favourite is number 6, Dawn and All Dusk. It's been a 480 to 5 up to 480, and All Stars steadied around the $6, $6.50 for stability, double figures for the others. So a number of chances. Hellfighter, the current favourite. I went for Hellfighter. It's Rich Bell picks up the right here. It's stood up from a spell today, stepping to 1500. That looks to see. And first event in 8.
Correct points on race number 1, 7, 16, and 6. Race number 2 there on the mile day. There's an over smooth machine over to $1.75, and that race during 14 minutes from now. So we're playing 60 seconds there. I'm going to try and get some late mail here with Moody and Max in the yard. So these last few minutes. So without parallel, it's at $4. Champagne Lane is at $4.60. Mercurial Lady, Sufani are both at $5.50. Incidentally, with our jockey challenge from Newcastle, Mitch Bell is $2.10, Keegan Latham is $2.50, and Lee McGorian is at $4.80.
Kia EV4 is the electric sedan you've been waiting for. 12 kilometres of range, seamless connectivity, full-camera display, all from only $52. Martin, drive away, test drive Kia EV4 today. Kia.
And Jason Collett.
She won her first start at the Sunny Coast on a heavy 9, and hasn't had a lot of luck since then because she's a back marker, but things look pretty positive for her here.
That is how they looked in the yard for race 1 on the card. There they are, all behind the barriers. Slightly on the drift on the QOP anyway, Champagne Lane, now $4.60. So without parallel is your $4 and firming, $4.20 actually, and firmly favourite, Maxi.
Yeah, I'm with the 12 Zufani on a win-place basis, so just getting out to $6 on the QOP, so a little bit easy, but I just thought she gets every opportunity to run into the money here, Zufani. Over without parallels, she's clearly the one to beat on this heavy 8s with that heavy 10 win alongside her name. Mercurial Lady and then Chevelle Chic at a decent price.
All right, I'm with Champagne Lane. She is very, very strong and looking fantastically fit, actually, today in the yard. There she is. About to load up with that blanket. She can get a little bit cranky in the barriers, so hopefully she behaves herself today. Let's get to Tim now for a market.
In goes Perito. Kaihoko roughly about to come up, so still 5 or 6 to move in. As here the crowd comes up with the barrier blanket. But these runners filling the gates well for the first. It's been a terrific morning in Brisbane weather-wise, no rain, so this track should be on the improve after 15 mils overnight. And that propelled it into that heavy 8 range after being a soft 7, but it's been an excellent morning. Good drying morning. Now, the barrier attendants are concentrating on Time of My Life, a last start winner. Beat Zufani and Mercurial Lady on that occasion. Goes in now. Gambino goes up. 370 without parallel. Has been heavily backed in the last half hour. Chevelle Chic, first upper, goes in. And here's Jed Newman bringing up the well back without parallel to be the second last runner up into the gates. And the informed Cantilda's Love will be the last one to move in. So Ticketmaster Queensland Guineas Day about to get underway here at Eagle Farm. First day of Stradbroke season. Now they're set. Ready to break in the first. Light on. Starter has the button. Racing. Without parallel, began quite well at our gather speed. Zufani hit the ground running, so did Time of My Life and Amore Veloce without parallel up to 4th. Mercurial Lady 5th around the first bend, then here the crowd. 2 lengths away, Chevelle Chic, followed by Pareto. Champagne Lane settling 4th last, then Gambino, Kaihoko, and Cantilda's Love whipped it in. They're running this at a strong gallop, short of 800 left to run. Amore Veloce without parallel to the outside. That pair hooking into the speed. Presents Zufani with a good run in 3rd. Time of My Life 4th, the outer. A length and a half to hear the crowd outside of Mercurial Lady. She's parked 6 on the rail at the 500 metres. Then Chevelle Chic, Champagne Lane, with about 7 lengths to make up as they turn for home. Then Pareto, Gambino, Cantilda's Love and Kaihoko. One of the straight 300 left to run, and Newman took without parallel to the lead. Zufani coming after it gamely. Mercurial Lady just behind them. Then Hear the Crowd and Time of My Life head of the others. Champagne Lane not doing enough. Zufani and Mercurial Lady drove to the front from without parallel whose runs ended. Mercurial Lady and Zufani. Mercurial Lady has got it. Pulled away late. Mercurial Lady first. Beat home Zufani. Without parallel. Cantilda's Love from the back. Then Gambino, Chevelle Chic, followed by Pareto. Further back was Hear the Crowd, then Time of My Life. Champagne Lane never fired an inch. And the last couple, Kaihoko and Amore Veloce. Mercurial Lady, successful in the opening race today. Third run for trainer Desley Forster. Vlad Durick having the ride. For Roland Judy Wallace has been able to enjoy a good run, 6 on the fence, a merge at the right time, and pulled away to score number 3. And thereby So You Think, that's her 4th win from start 14. Leading home Zufani, ever consistent. Another minor placing, number 12, CJ Graham for Tony Gollum. And without parallel, should hold the 3rd spot. Cantilda's Love was finishing powerfully, and Here the Crowd was a bit wider. So we wait on the numbers to be confirmed on the first race today. But we're looking at an interim result of 3, 12, 4 and 2. And they are in the frame now. 3, 12, 4 and 2 on the first at Eagle Farm.
There you go. So Mercurial Lady winner there, race 1 at Eagle Farm, but returning $6.50 and $2.30.
3, 12, 4 and 2. Three, 12, 4 and 2. Okay. So 11 did not get a chance. It all went up. 3, 12, 4 and 2. Okay, we'll go to the next. Four, 5, 9 all scratched. 2, 10, 1, 8. Yeah, 2 is probably the right odd, provided it doesn't get held up here. That's the highest. 10 is a low pressure, which is an EW. Possible. What is also possible is the 3. So we'll see how, I mean, the 2 is okay, the 2 is good. Okay, so through the drop, that's the drop. Okay, and this is where it starts, but this is where it was wrong to should work with the performance. So the first one, let's first understand what happened. So generally what happens is we believe that if a higher rated horse has advantage, that'll work. But that's advantage. This, when it goes on negative, this means it is performance. We know that it is basically that these are the best horses, these are the horses to be beaten, and that's where it comes through. So why 3 won is it was 60, did not get into negative, so that had the thing, but that does not mean that these horses were bad. So they had challenges, but they actually went through. The 11 did not make it because of whatever issues. So the 2 is the horse to be beaten. Okay, that's the lowest, that's the stress level. Okay, how things might work is they're talking about the 10, which is okay, the 10 is good, but the 3 is also there. Okay, this is difficult. The 7 is here, the 3 is 11, 7, 3, 9, 2, 55. Let's see how that works. So the 10 is the second favorite, which is here. But how will that work is how the 7 is going to get placed, we'll see that. So the 2 is the favorite, 2 should win actually. The 7, 2. The question is between these two horses. This one definitely has the advantage of the gate, the 4. This is a 6-year-old gelding, but that's a 52 with a challenge of 2, and this is a 60, which is a drop. So we'll see if the drop gets through or the 10, but the 2 probably is the right odd. We'll see how that works.
As Roman's luck goes in. And we're ready for the first here. The red light blinks on an overcast day. Expected a few showers. They're ready for the first. Stand by. They stand pretty well. Eisman the favourite. All clear given. We're underway in the first, and Strahan Dill off the inside step cleanly. Showing a bit of pace there was He's another very fit horse, but hard to have on the win line.
Punjabi landings from the Paul Shaler stable. Mark Duplessis.
Firmed up a point. The blinkers have been removed. Look, he can run this fellow, but you've just got to trust him to be on a good day.
Does like a wet track though, doesn't it?
Yeah, who knows?
It's June for Tony and Matty Sears, CJ Graham.
He's won up to 2020. Consistent this prep without winning, so he'd have some hope.
Rochester, Jack Bruce and Ben Thompson.
Has won over the distance. He keeps going at the same pace. Blinkers are off and the visors are on. Maybe in that race the other day when fourth to Liberty Park over the 2400, he might have just been a little bit keen. So Jack's taken the blinkers off, just visors on, and he's got a big weight advantage over the favourite.
Hero Peak is from the Miriam Brosnan stable. Scott's Sheer Gold.
Will run the distance. For that, might run third or fourth.
And Prefer to Dance is for Vishen Van Kaya and Taylor Marshall.
Up in grey, but he did win over 2400 at Bow Desert last start.
All right, that was the stayers. Let's have a look at them behind the barriers. There is your hot favourite, Autumn Winter. He looked terrific, covered in dapples, fit as a fiddle. And his game face on there as well. So I'm with him, Maxie.
Yeah, but he's hard to beat. Just a little easy in the market. I thought they'd be all over him here with form like that compared to the horses up here. But it is, he's had to travel up here and he's got the top weight 59, but I think he'll win. I think Maloney will go forward, let one go or lead or make it a staying test because he's bred. He's a favourite like Galileo to run all day. To beat Prochester number 10, the big advantage he's got is the 5 kilos. You know, at the end here, Prochester will get his chance. I think he's the danger. I really can't get the others sort of ahead of those two. Just Flying and June, and respecting there's a bit of money for Punjabi Landing. On a good day, Punjabi Landing with 55.5 could win this, but you just don't know what you're going to get.
Well, he's sort of been missing the kick and sort of uncompetitive in the early parts of his runs of late, hasn't he?
Yeah, sun's out.
Sun's out. Breaking news, Tim. The sun is out. How's the market looking?
Well, I can tell you, 250 for Autumn Winter. Next best is Rochester, which is 320 up to 360. And $8 then Just Flying. Now, Bendigo, race number 3. Now, shoot a jump in 7. Rosa Aotearoa is at 370. Aliro is at $5. And then Viva Sesamo and Damas both at $6.50. Just waiting wait now for Hawkesbury. Let's head to David for race number 2, Eagle Farm.
This one is just starting to move up, Simon, as Prochester, the second favourite, is the first one to go up. Autumn Winter was 240 to 260, back to 250, back to 260. So the traders are happy to take him on to some degree. I'm not saying he's a drifting favourite. There's not a lot being back to beat him. Prochester's now out to 360, Just Flying now at 8. June at 9, always been around that quote. Punjabi Landing down to 10. So Punjabi Landing and Karoro Peak at longer odds. They're still at double figures, but they're attracting some very late support. Now June moves up. Line taking good shape for race 2. The Courier Lady won the opener. Vlad Durick running for Desley Forster. And the 1,200 metres covered in 111.5. So that's an encouraging stuff from a track point of view. There's the light. Ready for race 2. The Morton High Handicap, they're off and racing now. An autumn winner from Barrier 2 was one of the first to go. Karoro Peak showing speed with Just Flying. They'll clear autumn winner early. Fourth away was Canberra Legend, and then came June Prochester, about midfield on the rail in the first call as they head towards the first turn. Further back in the field was Punjabi Landing, then Prefer to Dance, and Pico Rocks was last of all. Maloney takes it up on autumn winner at the 1,800 metres, with Just Flying sitting up in second. Prochester in the position right behind the favourite autumn winner. Prochester's in the box seat, and Canberra Legend is forced to cover ground 3 wide. Racing fifth, one away from the rail, Karoro Peak. A length and a quarter to Punjabi Landing, a length to June, and 2 to the 2 roughies, keeping company with each other at the back of the bus. That's Prefer to Dance and Pico Rocks. Down the back straight now, with just over 1,400 left to run. And autumn winners in front. The jockey on Just Flying wants to keep the position outside the leader, and Canberra Legend wants the position as well. And what they're doing in the process is annoying the favourite and not helping their cause either. Fourth was Prochester. He gets the gun run behind this trio. Then Karoro Peak, Punjabi Landing, June, Prefer to Dance and Pico Rocks. 8 lengths span them as they go to the far turn. Just over 1,000 left to run. And the leader was Autumn Winter. Shows it up by 3/4 to Just Flying, keeping the favourite well within its sights in second. 2 away third Prochester. He's been given every conceivable chance. Not an excuse in the world for him today. Canberra Legend, the jockey, finally gave up and went back to fourth after being wide. Then Karoro Peak outside of Punjabi Landing. June begins a 3 wide run at the 700 metres and still Prefer to Dance and Pico Rocks at the tail end. Coming up to the turn now, short of 600 left to run. Autumn Winner, Just Fly. Here are the challenges, thick and fast. Canberra Legend trying to make another effort. 4 wide Karoro Peak, 5 wide June. Punjabi Landing 6 wide. There is a storm chasing after this favourite, and he's no good thinking Prochester. No, I didn't forget him. He's sitting up on the inside. Favourite is first gone. Gonzo Just Flying round to the lead from Karoro Peak. Then June and Punjabi Landing right down the outside. Prochester's battling away. Karoro Peak and Punjabi Landing. This pair have been backed at odds, and they'll fight it out. Survival of the fittest. Karoro Peak, Punjabi Landing, stride for stride, Punjabi Landing, beat Karoro Peak. Third over the line, Just Flying, Prochester fourth, then came at the head of the others, Canberra Legend, Prefer to Dance. Well back was June, and the favourite has pulled up a minute away at last, Autumn Winter.
At Punjabi Landing for Mark Duplessis paid $10.10 and $2.70. 11 Karoro Peak $2.70 and 1 Just Flying for third at $2.90. Prochester number 10 prominent for fourth.
Worrying Karoro Peak out of the prize. But as we said just before the getaway, they'd both been found on the market at longer odds. And they came away. They had a good struggle, but it was only the last, probably 20 metres that Punjabi Landing got the upper hand to score. So,
Okay, 7, 11, 1 and 10. Let's head to Phil now and update Newcastle.
Okay, the second event, interesting race, national news. The first starter for Kim Moore, Keegan Latham went to right, 175 into 150. Recent trials have been really good.
Gate, welcome back. 7, 11. Seven, 11, 1 and 10. Okay, we'll go to the next 1,000 meter. 5 and 6 has been scratched. 9, 10, 2, 1. So things are going haywire. There's nothing that possibly anything we can work out here because of the ground. I probably think things are going wrong because of that. So the way things are going is this, that the first one, if we look at the first one probably played right. There's why the 11 did not get there is I don't know. Should have gotten there. It lost from gate number 5, which was bad. It went 3, 12, 14, and 2. But those are the good horses. Here, the 2 was ridden very badly, but that does not justify anything why that would lose. That was a 55, should have gotten it. 7 got it. Probably the explanation could be this, that it is running neutral from that weight. Running neutral is a problem. So that probably the thing. Now we'll go to the third one. So that's that. No, no, the odds are right. The odds are right. So the only problem is this, that this is still going negative, and we'll see how that works. But the 9 is the right odd. 9 is the right odd. This one is here on a 54 low. Dropping this is cool. Daily drop 9 2. Eight, 5. We'll see how that works. 9 2. Maloney hasn't been winning much lately. That's true. Tuna, welcome back, Tuna. two morph is probably big today, but we couldn't get there. And gate, yes, Maloney, I don't know about Malone, how Maloney is doing, but today the problem here in this particular track is the track is very heavy. So, and so here, I thought the 11 had the same advantage of the 7, right? They bounced, and for some reason they did. They had the opportunity today. They couldn't encash it, but that's how things are. Here, that was that, but it just went through. Okay. Here the 9 is good, but it is going negative. So if the 9 wins, the 9 wins. 9 should win. 9 should win. This is drop. 4, 18, 8. Whether they're playing or whatever they're doing, even if they're playing up, even then it is difficult for 10. Even if they're faking the drop, then also it is difficult for 10. And the question is here, the 2 is on the lower side, the 1 is code 9.5, but here the 2 is 1. 2, 6-year-old mare, 5, 54. This is a drop. This is a 10, 58, 60. Now there's a 58 at 7. It is here. These two. 8, 9, 5. Finally, the 4. But the 4 is like that, so 4 is out of question. This one is good, but then how will that work? Oh, 8. The question is a 6-year-old man with that 9.5 or this 2. So 8 is a check. 2, 1, 3. This becomes to be doesn't have 54, 39. And then it's 54. In that case, the 4, 39. It's good. 7, 4, 95, 60, 10, 30. Then now drop. 10 will go drop. It's 30 on a 60, 50, 54. Why the this is 4, 5. It's 2. Okay. 1. Why will not that work? is higher on 50 or smaller. 55. No. Because of their form line, it will not work. Because of their form line, probably it will not work. It's a dicey place. So 9. These are very strong chances. I mean, look at the 2. The 2 is chasing 9.5. This is going negative, but that's okay because of the form line. But it is a much lower challenge than this, and the 9 is okay going negative. That's all right. It ideally should be here, but maybe because of the form line, it will not work. So the 9 is the favorite, which is doing fantastic. There is nothing close to it. The 2 is the next here on a larger drift, so that is also possible. But here beating this one, so this is 2.5, this is 3.5, drops 54, 61 to 93. That's a 6-year-old mare. Let's see how that works. We see 2 more 5 hawks. This ground is kind of crazy today. We'll see how things end up. I did not have any other options but this one, so it's a heavy ground. Be very careful on what you're doing.
After race number 4 here at Hawkesbury, nothing through at this stage, but number 10 first. No doubt about that, Sacrifice. Horses like that Toya that settled back though, just never got into the race. And the leader is just kept running. Time is up. They've run 1:48.38, 1:48.38 after race number 4 here at Hawkesbury.
All right, well, Sacrifice paid $381.50, but full numbers yet to come. Bendigo race 4 is along in 10 minutes. Oak Beach is $3, Same Blue $5, and Seafall is at $6. In the AFL, it's quarter time at Marvel Stadium, Brisbane. Well and truly on top of the Bombers, 6-38. Plays Essendon 1-3-9. Let's pick up some backyard coverage now with Bernie and Maxie at Eagle Farm. We're heading to race 3, just due to jump in 3 minutes.
Back to Eagle Farm. It's time to take a look at the horses in the yard for the third, which is a benchmark 78 handicap over 1,000 metres. All adore your $2 favourite. Ahead of Balance the Books at $3. So SJ, 12s into 11s for Pat Webster and Jace McMurray.
He does like Eagle Farm. He's had 5 starts here for 2 wins, 2 seconds and a third. The distance is a bit short of his best, but he's a pretty handy horse. Good starting point. He sizzled in a recent barrier trial over the 900 there in Toowoomba, so he's ready to run a decent race fresh.
He is on point on the 7-day backup for Rob Heathcote and Olivia Webb.
She was third to Cloudland last week on a similar track, rated heavy 8s today. Back to 1,000 metres, so she's back a little bit in trip here, but she'll go forward, give you a sight.
Wonder Ridge for Jack Bruce and Courtney Bellamy.
Formerly trained by Matt Smith. We've seen him up here before, this fella, and He just found out 1,000-metre horse is a bit sharp, but just happy to watch. He's changed stables. Just see how he goes today.
All right, State and Texas from the Jimmy Downs stable with Jet Newman.
I thought he was a good roughie for a place here. Last time he was here this track and distance, he ran really well. He finished fourth to Bossed Up. It was a very good run, so just keep him under notice if you're going wide.
All right, El Defeato for Matt Hoysted, Jason Collett.
Placed in a couple of Doom and Barrier trials, so he's first up since November of last year. Just want to see how he goes here over the 1,000.
Outweighed for Paula Barron and Chelsea Baker.
Been a long time since she's won. Got a bit of pace. You're just trusting she can get back to some of that good old form of a season or two ago.
Here's your favourite, All Adore for Nick Olive and Corral.
Yeah, she's got a lot of her, but she's pretty handy. Winning her last two by big spaces. Here last time, did only have 52.5, but she's only got 51.5 today. Drawn a little bit awkwardly, not a problem. Very good soft track form, so can't argue at all. If she's in the same form, Bernie, she probably wins today.
She looks equally as good as well. Balance the book for Tony Goll and Ange Jones.
They're solid in the market, though she always is. She started at $1.90 in that All-Adore race a fortnight ago and was only moderate by her standards, so we know she's better than that, so give her another chance here.
This is Heaven from the Colt Prosser stable with Luke Roll.
Yeah, fifth to Bundella last time, back to the 1,000 metres, happy to look at a few others.
Alrighty, that's how they looked in the yard. A little bit on the drift, All Adore, Maxi. $1.90 out to $2.40. Balance the books, $3.10 into $2.70.
Yeah, it wouldn't be a race if she didn't go off favourites.
No.
Balance the books, they love her. Yeah, so that's a good sign because she wasn't a sell first up. The other one they're nibbling at, Fresh. He does have a pretty good fresh record as the 7. I thought I might wait for him for next time, but he's 16 down to 11. That's a bit of a go for the 7.
It is.
Alder Fido, but I'm with SJ here. Look, he was $21 yesterday. He's now 8. I'm just hoping that he can stay within touch of the leaders because he hasn't got their base, but he's good, and he showed that last preparation, particularly here at Eagle Farm. All Adore I've got in, but I'm concerned about that drift. She looked all business when she was in the yard and wanting to get on with it, but that is a noticeable drift out to 250. Then Balance the Books and On Point for 4th.
I was just playing On Point. There she is on an each-way basis.
Thank you, Bernie, and they're moving forward.
Well, here last Saturday. Takes a hike in the weights today, though. Balance the Books coming up. She raced below her best here first up. We know she's better than that. State in Texas goes in. Here's All Adore coming up. Karaya Keatings teaming up with Nick Olive. Of course, they combined to win with Spicy Lou and the Princess last week. Outweighed goes up. SJ about to move in. That leaves Wonder Reach and El Defeato as the last two to move up. And we'll be ready to see them spring from the gates of the third race today. $2.50 All Adore, $2.70 Balance the Books, $8 SJ. Certainly a gamble with All Adore. Now they're all in. Light is on for the third. Ready to break. Field of 9. Racing. State in Texas took a backward step at the start. All Adore came out fast. Outweight's got speed, and going forward as well was Wonder Reach. Fourth on settling down was This Is Heaven. Then came On Point. Well back Balance the Book, State in Texas. SJ and El Defeato. All Adore with the lightweight had the best speed, and the easing favourite was able to clear both Outweigh and Wonder Reach as they travel inside the 600 metres. Two-way third was This Is Heaven, followed by On Point. Then State in Texas. Balance the Books, about to get on a bike, and she has to. SJ follows her into the race, and El Defeato turned in last. Just over 300 left to run. All Adore is the leader. Outweighed and Wonder Reach could do no more. Balance the Books was next, and SJ's running on fairly well. It's still All Adore in front. Trying hard was Balance the Books. SJ was next, then came Outweighed. All Adore's all out from Balance the Books. SJ's coming through at the centre. Here's a big finish coming up. SJ! SJ won. Beat Balance the Books. Third was All Adore. Then came at the head of the others, El Defeato running on, followed by Outweighed. Then This Is Heaven, State in Texas, On Point and Wonder Reach.
SJ, James McMurray, Pat Webster, 8.30 and 2.10, 10 Balance the Books, 1.40, and 9 All Adore at $1.10.
So it's 1, 10, 9 and 7 will run fourth. Aldo for our golf Fido. Let's head to Phil to update Newcastle.
Yeah, got a shorty here, but a little bit of a drifter. $1.85 out to $1.95 for Alphard. Bit of a spin, 360 into 340. Incremental, $6 out to 7. And the breakers, 950. Got to 10 at one point, back to 950.
So one won. Couldn't do it. Five, 9, 15, 16 all scratched. 8, 10, 11 and 6. It's not working. I don't know what to do. It's because of the track or whatever. This thing, I mean, okay, fair enough. This was going on negative, did not win. So we know that generally doesn't work. But what is happening is also very outrageous. And that probably is because of the heavy track. That's what it is today. So I don't know how to explain what's going on. The 9 was good, should have won. It was negative, accepted. This was not on negative, but gate number 10. Look at the jump it just went through. And if we try and look at the SS. So that basically is going through that 8 is the favorite. All right, logically it is right. Logically it is right, but this track is playing haywire. Why it is right? Because that's the lowest challenger. That is how it should be. That is the lowest challenger, should work out. It is not getting into negative. Everything looks good. Uh, if we look through that also, it is here. Okay, this is not happening. Probably that's a 53. This one is a 9-year-old building. Then it is a drop here. This is 7. So ideally 13 should get in, but 13, this is 333 or 56, 57, 390. This is 95. This is, that's a 9-year-old gilding. If that does anything, then it does that. I don't know, but 13 should be here. Then this is a 15.9, this is a 1.5, then 10 from gate number 15, which is here, which is right, 59, which is a low pressure, but this is there, the 13. But this track is kind of playing a little haywire. I don't know how to work with this track, but that's more or less what's happening. Jimmy, welcome back, my friend. It's a it's a heavy track, Jimmy. Nothing is working. Nothing is working. I'll be back from the washroom in a jiffy. PC Big Bad 3 Hawkesbury.
Up 50 inside there for Allen. Further back in the field came Flying for Us and Brave Action, and on the inside Hot Statement, 2 to round 2. Reached to More Murph, and last of all Dreams Fulfilled. They carved past a 600 squad led Snelly Gaster. The margin's about a half a length, but Baker's third, the inside of Ala Plenty. Now the favourite High on the Hill, he's still back fifth, the inside of Brave Action. Then Flying for Us, they run for the money, 400 to go. Snelly Gaster outside of Squad. Now the favourite High on the Hill gets into the clear, a length and a half away, and Allen's asking him to go, and go is what he's doing. High on the Hill is after Snelly Gaster, 200 metres to run. Snelly Gaster gobbled up by High on the Hill, then reached to More and Hot Statement, but High on the Hill, he's high on energy. Races clear at one from Snelly Gaster and reached to More. They're in a photo second and third, Hot Statement fourth. Then came round 2. It beat a few in, including Murph on the inside, Ala Plenty, Dreams Fulfilled, but Baker.
What? Adaman!
Gave you a thrill early, but punctured down the straight. 7 high on the hill, John.
Adaman, thank you for bringing in your friends, my friend. Thank you so much for doing that. It really helps.
4.1 Hot Statement. Numbers should be 7, 8, 4 and 1. And now an update, Hawkesbury.
Thank you, Simon. Golden Strand, $1.85 in from 2.15 today, number 2, a very warm favourite.
But I hope your friends do not go home with a bad taste in the mouth. This thing is not working today here.
In a touch, 9.50. Big drifter number 4, Wanneroo, barrier 1, no good today, 6 out to 11. 17, Harry's Evidence, 12. 16 for number 6, Heath Downhod, 2. And 17 for number 8, Apex, 23, all longer. The others, 5 minutes to race 5.
So the Gold Coast, the 7, Hilarious, the weather paying 7.20 and 180. Second to 12, Thrasher Bully, 2.40. Third to 3, King of Valhalla, 1.40. And fourth to 4, Navy Kiss, numbers for 7, 12, 3 and 4. Okay. And now, Adelaide, 7841. Just away.
Let's check it out. Adaman has gone absolutely out of his mind today. Adaman! Adaman got 40 friends. Adaman is setting records. No, bro. I have a very small feed, as good as my mobile screen. The only feed that I have is about the size of my mobile screen, so that's no good. We are on a heavy track. Things are not working. Everything is going wrong. We don't have a clue what's going to happen. Routine. PC today, not the day. PC, don't take chances. Today is not the day. Things are not working. Things are not working. Routine is not scratched. 13 is not scratched. 13 is there. I'm heroic. 13 is not scratched, bro. 13 is there. But I'm kind of very scared. I don't know. Things are. I got knocked out on the first three. I got knocked out on the first three races. I'm going to pass on this one. I don't know how things are working. This is getting a little weird.
Who heads over by the 1400 metre mark into the back straight. Rock in Wonder on top leads the way by a length. Beyond the limits is running second. A length and a half to Royal Trooper down on the inside and dead clear of Macchiato, and it's a nice even tempo. A further 2 lengths Renovation Show shading dark looks and seeing its other rivals. There is Hieronymus Bosch at the tail end of the field. Rock in Wonder takes them down the river side of the track. 1,000 metres to run in the first and leads the way. Rock in Wonder by almost a length beyond the limits, not letting it get too far ahead. Then 2 lengths to Royal Trooper, who's down on the inside. Pike is just starting to diggle at Macchiato to work up onto the bridle at the 800. Because they're going along in a solid tempo. A further 2 lengths away, then Dark looks down on the inside of Renovation Show, and ripped along last is Hieronymus Bosch. Rock in Wonder.
1, 2, 8, and 13.
Beyond the limits, but under some pressure. 2 lengths away behind those to Macchiato. It's starting to work around the outside. Royal Trooper under pressure down on its inside. Then Dark looks and forget the other pair for the moment. Hieronymus Bosch, Renovation Show. Rocket Wonder turns the corner and races away with a nice lead at the 250. Rocket Wonder by 2 beyond the limits. It sticks hard back here and go flat to the floorboards. It's Rocket Wonder beyond the limits. Keeps coming though. Beyond the limits on the outside goes in after. on the rails. Rocket Wonder, and now takes the lead beyond the limits. And beyond the limits was able to outstay Rocket Wonder. Beyond the limits narrowly from Rocket Wonder. Third behind them, pretty tight go there for minor placings, including Dark Looks also right there back. On the limits 13.9, 650 Shooter McGrady. It's for a P1 move. Verdi's picking to go in Brisbane is number 6, So You Are. Max, he's got over on top Cavalry Man. For 8, 10 and 6, and they are getting organised. Now Bendigo's to follow. Race 5, Bendigo, the gold bracelet is up in 6 minutes. Marigold is $3.30. Sister Shay is at $4 and Lady Jones $4.20. But now they're moving for Eagle Farm. Cavalryman goes up. Nellie Lomax has moved in. Don Diego de Vega's right to go as Belvedere Boys and So You Are join them. Previous race won by SJ. He came with a powerful finish first up. Good training effort by Pat Webster to have him ready for his first up assignment. They ran 58.21 for the 1,000 metres. And we've got 4 runners to move up. And then the starter will be in a position to dispatch the field for the Magic Millions handicap. It's been a good winning race. Several given a chance. Jenny Maurice, they're gambling with her now out to 4.20, but she'll run the favourite as she attempts 6 straight wins. 5 at this track and trip. She's already won her past 4 here at the 1,800 metres. Lycometer comes up. That leaves Kalua Koi and I'm Heroic as the last 2 to move in. I'm Heroic, he ran here last Saturday, beaten Fado finish. He's on the 7-day backup, and of course Desley Fawcett has already trained the first race with a Mercurial Lady. Now that pair move in to make the line complete. Starter Mr. Lister picks up the button. Red light is on, they're set. Warp Speed, Banner Dive at the gate, steadies, racing. Cavalryman off the inside began quite well. Logan Street Liner Rough is going forward, as is Kaluakoi as expected, and Don Diego de Vega in that bunch with I'm Heroic. Just behind them was the right way, and then Nelly Lalax about 6th or 7th after the start. But almost So You Are, Warp Speed, and then came Jenny Maurice. She's drifting well back to the 3rd last with Lycometer, and Belvedere Boy settles in last position. Heading by the 1,400 metres, they've gone through the first 400, and Jason Collett takes Kaluakoi to the lead. His favourite role too. He sets up shop and leads the right way by just over a length. Racing 3rd, Logan Street Line, the box seat. Runaway 4th, Don Diego de Vega. 2 to I'm Heroic outside of Cavalryman, about 6th on the rail. Then Nelly Lalax covering So You Are. In advance of Warp Speed, Jenny Maurice, Belvedere Boys, and Lycometer whips them in. They're at the far bend, short of 1,000 left to run. 12 lengths span them. Kaluakoi is really enjoying his time in front. He's doing it well. He leads by 3/4 down to the right way. He edges a bit closer as they went by the 800 metres. 3 away to Logan Street Line and Don Diego de Vega, 3rd and 4th. Cavalryman's had a good run in transit. 5th parked on the fence. On the inside of I'm Heroic. So You Are following Cavalryman in the run. Nelly Lalax about to pull deep and try and commence a move. Jenny Maurice back in traffic. Then Warp Speed. Belvedere Boys starting a wide run. And Lycometer sticks to the rail. They wheel for home now. 400 left to run. Kaluakoi's in front. Cavalryman. And then the best of runs and comes after Kaluakoi gamely. So You Are next. Then the right way. Logan Street Line. I'm Heroic. Jenny Maurice needs to get a real move on. Kaluakoi won't be denied. Cavalryman though poked ahead in front. And So You Are coming up inside the pair. And wider on the track was Nelly Lalax. So You Are reached the lead, 50 to go, and So You Are kicked away and won. Nelly Lalax flew for 2nd, Cavalryman 3rd, Kaluakoi 4th. They had their chances. Belvedere Boy worked late okay. Then Logan Street Line, the right way. Lycometer, I'm Heroic, Jenny Maurice, Warp Speed, and Don Diego de Vega was last over the line. So You Are the winner, building on his fitness, his 3rd run back this campaign. CJ Graham riding for Sterling Osland, and to be fair was able to get up close to the inside. Kaluakoi led for home. Cavalryman grabbed it, but you could see So You Are was looming and lurking, and then went on with the job strongly. So building well into a winter preparation. Official placings: number 6 So You Are, CJ Graham for Sterling Osland 1st. Nelly Lalax caught the eye, number 1 2nd. Karaya Keatings for Annabelle and Rob Archibald. 11 3rd,
which was Cavalryman, Ash Morgan for Lindsay Goff, and 10-4th, Kalua Court.
6 1 11 10. So you are 722.50. Nearly Laylax 4.30 and Cavalryman $1.50. Number 10 Kalua Koi running fourth. Let's get to Phil to update Newcastle.
Yeah, fourth event here is the 19.
6-1-11. That happened. We'll go to the next. One, three, five, all scratched. 6, 2, 8, and 9. Yeah, so what is happening is that's those two are in difficult positions. So 6 is the favorite, which is also right in its own way. But the problem is this, that this is not working. The problem is this is not working. And why it is not working is because of some reason that is I am not aware of. The odds are right. The 6, if that's physically impossible for them, then it becomes 6. Why not 7? Because it is a larger drop. Okay, this is the highest quant should go, but now what are the mismatches here? Let's understand what's happening and what's not happening. So what was happening here? The 8 was the right odd. The 8 did not get there. The 6 got there. We can't complain because that is a linear. All right, linear beating the third linear possible from an inner gate with a higher class. It did not have any form. Okay, it did not have any form. It is a drop, which is a much larger drop than this, but it is also a higher class. Okay, if that's what it is. Here, the 6 is the right odd again. 2 is also the right odd, but what will collide is the fact that it is coming from gate number 14. So a negative 7 for a track. This track is about 430 meters straight, approximately 430 or 440, something on those lines. So for a track where you need to get into a position, you need either positive 30 or negative 30 from gate number 14. So that is a difficult proposition. But that's the highest class. There's everything is working. So bottom line is this: today is a bad day. It is a bad day, and there is no guarantee that it will not go to 4 also, because that's anyway one of the best horses. It might not have the form line. It might not have the form line, but that's irrelevant today. What is happening, I have no clue. I can't. There's nothing I can explain. I mean, I don't know myself what is going on, so forget about explaining it to anyone. I don't know what is going on, but that's more or less what's happening, and it is in front of you. This doesn't happen generally with us. but today is one of those days we are on a heavy 8. The odds are right. 57, this is a drop in class, and it is a genuine drop. Okay, it is a genuine drop. There is no leverage on this horse, but that's a genuine drop, which also is an advantage. But what happens to 10? What happens to 10? So that's a 58, much bigger relaxation. Similar drop, closer gate. That's the right order from every angle. That's the right order from every angle. So now 25, 130, 25, 30. That's good. 30, 12. No, that's that. 54 will come here. This is also 54. This is getting in the negative. This is 13. Okay, not getting negative. Got that. 13. So where does it drop? 9. From gate number 2. 6, 9. Everybody is a drop in class. Okay, there's nobody in this race who's challenging or anything. They're coming from 54. A drop becomes 52. There's they have 55, drop of 3, they become 52. 56, drop of 4 becomes 52. 57, drop of 4 becomes 53. This is higher, becomes 53. Through the resistance, it is out of the resistance model. It is out of the resistance model. That's that part of the story. So now if a 54 now beats a 57 from gate number 13, And why might that happen? Because of the weather, that's all. So this 54 is into trouble. This 54 is out of trouble. So are they. 56. There's hardly, there's a 359. This is okay. This is gate number 11, 45. This is 45. This is a negative leverage, will not work. 55, 55, both are. This is what? Same quant, so 9. Out of here it is 9. 9, 8, 9, 8. So that's the low. That's the low. 9 is probably in the middle. I don't know if 6 is going to win. I don't know if 6 is going to win. I don't know if a -7 is going to be enough from gate number 14. That, I mean, for these things to happen, you need to be in a track like Randwick or Flemington. Here on a heavy track, those things are very dicey. I don't know whether those things will happen. Now let's take a look at here. What happened is the 6, 2.5. Will not get that from the DICR. The DICR will not give you the right picture. Oh, 6. Six, 1, 11, 10, 6, 1. So what, John? 11. That will not be the right way. That is if the 6 wins. If the 6 wins, then 9 is next. 9 probably is the next. 9. And then it jumps back here on 3 at 10. But those are far-fetched stories. We'll see how that works. 9 is an EW. 9 probably is in the between. EW 9. Gatekeeper, the favorites generally, in this particular track, the favorite, you get about 30% on the favorite gate. So in this track, the track will give you out of 10 races, 3 of the favorites should come home. That is accepted. That is fair. But what is going wrong is this, that the track is heavy. Okay. And it is not, I mean, I cannot find anything that I mean, ideally, in this case, if that's true, in this case, why the 6 why the 2 did not win, because it's a 6-year-old gelding, then the age factor is right. But point is this, Gate, the thing is, today it's a dicey day. We did not have any good tracks today. Like on other Saturdays, we get Randwick or Flemington. Those are much stable tracks. I personally don't like this one, Eagle Farm. I like Doomben much better. Doomben is a way more stable track than Eagle Farm. And on top of that, it is heavy. So I don't know what's going on. I have no clue what's going on. I honestly, I hoped that, you know, today we will get a clarity, because clarity as in like we will be able to strike a little better today because of, you know, the arrangement that I had done, but it is all gone upside down. Buffalo at Hawks. Favorites will come in 30%, 40% of the time, but I mean, I can understand I'm a moron, I'm going wrong. But the entire world going wrong.
Join them. Wooden Lass gets underneath of him. Cabello Park, Horseshoe Hills pulling. Bird Whistles there as well, and they're all going to declare it on here. Skyhook pushes on though. Parr takes him to the front. From Horseshoe Hill, Cabello Park and Wooden Lass is now fourth, followed by Bird Whistle easing in for a trail. Then came Burma Star, Buffalo on a limb. Outside of Karinska, Regal Award second last, and Hidden Achievement can see them all. Skyhook went to the front. He leads by a length and a half middle stages. From Horseshoe Hill, Cabello Park is just behind those in third. Wooden Lass and Burma Star, the next gallopers, followed by Bird Whistle. Regal Award is trying to save a bit of ground and come through the belly of the field. Buffalo wide out. Then came Karinska, and Hidden Achievement is last. They round the turn in the Guineas. Skyhook held together, led from Horseshoe Hill. Cabello Park coming up on the inside. Regal Awards looking for a gap and getting it. He's still 5 back. Buffalo wider. Skyhook kicking. He's a length in front, 150 to go. He draws 2 in front now. Skyhook, Burma Star coming through, but it's Skyhook 50 metres to go. Skyhook too good. He comes down and wins from Burma Star. Wooden Lass photo fourth. Cavallo Park, Hidden Achievement, Regal Award, Horseshoe Hill behind those. Then Bird Whistle, Karinska, and it was one of the last to pull up. Straight to the front. JLW, Skyhook, jump lead and win, 1400 tick, back in class tick, and he's too good. Number 1 Skyhook, Josh Parr, Gerald Ryan, Sterling Alexio. That's when he's at his best, Skyhook, when he can roll at good pace and get them chasing. That is when this horse is at his best. I know he's won from back in the field before, but I love it when he's ridden that way. Skyhook has responded here to a J-Par ride of letting him run, and he's been too good at the 1400 at the Hawkesbury Guineas. Numbers 1, 3, 13 and 5. Overall time 121.51 after the Hawkesbury Guineas. Skyhook, Josh Parr, Gerald Ryan, Sterling Alexio finds his best form to the 1400 metre trip. It's the Group 3 Hawkesbury Guineas to his resume. He is a colt by Written Tycoon out of Madame Pauline. And he now won 3 races from 11.
And that'll take his stake money up towards 650,000. 1, 3, 13 and 5 after race 6.
His last win before today was the Rosebud last year. Prior to that, it was the Pago, if you remember, a week out from the slipper. So there he is, winning the Hawkesbury Guineas today. Skyhook paid 310 150. Burma Star $4. Waterton Mass preferred pair at 480 and place 5 in the achievement round 4. The Hawkesbury Crown up next. Opening favourite is Ho Diamond at 360. Bendigo, there's a late scratcher which has come through in the Bendigo Guineas. Race 8, number 16, Shadow East is out with the track being upgraded to a good 3. Bendigo is next. Race 6 is due to jump in 10. But for now, let's get to Bernie and Maxie in the yard at Eagle Farm.
Carrion Dream. She's the first one to look at, Maxie, from the Kieran Mars stable with Talia Finland.
She needs to break a run of 9 outs to win, but she finds the perfect race here with her weight. Not expected. They were weighted. Here she is with just 54 kilos. She's drawn a bit poorly here, which could be a little bit of a problem, but other than that, she's up to winning this. Latest second behind Smexy was good because she had 60 kegs there, and it was still very good to the line. So he's hoping if you're on her today, she can get back into the winners list.
Camelite is number 4, Barry Lockwood, Emma Jane Vincent and Jake Bayless.
He's by Russian Camelot, this fellow. He started at $51 in his first start, and he won it at the Sunshine Coast in Maiden Company. Just want to have a look at him today against much better competition.
Cola Kid, here's your favourite, Mick Lakey and Justin Stanley.
He's always been a nice horse, this fellow, and here he is, big favourite on a Saturday in a decent race, coming off a rocky win in a restricted race there, where the competition nowhere near as strong as this, but he literally had paddles on the opposition. This looks a perfect race for him. He can go forward, he can sit back, and the ground should be okay.
Duomo for Jay Bellamy and Scott G-Gold.
He's talented as well, this fellow. He got a deserving win last start. He beat Rewrite. Like, it wasn't a strong Class 1, but he's got more than his fair share of ability, this fellow. He might roll along in front and get a cruisy time of it.
Adorable Thought is at about $10 for Lockwood and Vincent with Taylor Marshall.
Getting a tongue tie on here for first up. Last prep won impressively at Doomben back in December and then ran third in the Vo Road behind Ninja and Smexy. So that run, good enough to give her some chance here, and they've been riding her quietly in recent trials.
Here's True Blue for Tony Goll and Ben Thompson.
Wanted to see a bit of a market move, and we're seeing it, 10 into 8. He's an import from the UK, where his form was certainly good enough to give this a little bit of a shake. Whether it's slightly too short for 1,300, I think he's going to be hitting the line strongly here.
Cara Reese is also for Tony with Emily Lang.
Yeah, she's returning here, good starting point, but probably wants something a little bit further.
Katahi for Chris Waller and Ron Stewart.
Back to 3-year-old competition, and look, he was okay 2 ago when 8th at Doomben behind Tomba. Sort of were held up, and then he had to sprint off nothing, and it was too difficult. The latest run was okay at Doomben behind Kaluakoi. Sort of had nice cover and went to the line okay.
State Opera, also for Tony, CJ Graham.
Had a trial a few weeks ago now at Deegan, looking good. She's a filly that we both like and can get a little bit keen in longer races, but this is a really good starting point for her today. I'm expecting a good run.
Baraka for Matt Dunn and Jet Newman.
It was okay first up at the Gold Coast, when 5th there. This is obviously harder, and I do want to ride a bit closer today. No weight inside gate, but the change of tactics is to be closer.
Okay, and Queen Jetta for Peter and Will Holbert, Mark Duplessis.
This filly's still a maiden, so we're having to wait for something good.
Alrighty, that was the 3-year-olds in the yard. Let's go behind the barriers and take a look at them. A Cola Kid. Oh, Maxie, like most favourites today, he's got the drifts.
Yeah, and Icarian Dream, both of them similarly. Cola Kid 270 to 330, Icarian Dream 3 to 350, but there's support for a couple burning here.
Well, one being He's True Blue, which is both of our picks, 10s into 6s. So that's encouraging. I thought it was a good parade by him. There he is. And hopefully the mid-race tempo of this race won't...
6 is probably that colour. I forgot the name. PC knows the name of that colour. It's a very depressing colour. The horse itself gets very depressed when he looks at
Shouldn't be too far.
that color in the mirror.
Morphettville, the fourth, 3, 10. Maxie's numbers, Brisbane, a 9 on top over 2, 6 and 7. They're loading up. In goes
PC, what's that color, PC? What's the name of the color?
So we're getting close to a dispatch. In the Forex handicap, 1,300 metres, a distance not often used here at Eagle Farm.
Bay, I think Bay is the color.
Cola Kid a little soft to the market. Good support at Carrion Dream and certainly good support. He's True Blue. Now Camelot goes up. They're all in. Ready to break race 5. There's the light. 1,300 metres. And the starter, Mr. Lister, has the button. Racing. There was a starter's delight. They bounces one and Kokatahi breaks out of the ruck early. Duomo showing speed as is Camelot. The Carrion Dream. Talia Fenton going forward on the favourite up to 4th of the early part. Then Maraka followed by Queen
Now it's
Jenna
2 and
Power
11.
Race. Cola Kid drifting back with He's True Blue and then Adorable Thought. And State Opera is last of all. And Cola Kid is racing most ungenerously. He's proving a real handful for Stanley, drifting back to last. Meanwhile, Sheergold took Duomo to the front, short of 800 to run. And he's under restraint, led by 2. Look at Icarian Dream. Look at Icarian Dream, getting the best of runs in second. 2 to Kokatahi, third, 1 away, 4th, Camelite. Then Maraka inside of Queen Jenna, Power East. Adorable Thought starting a run, but it's wide. He's True Blue, lurking near the rail, looking for runs as they turn for home. Then State Opera and Cola Kid whipped them in. By the 400 metres and Duomo the leader. Icarian Dream, Fenton biding her time, waiting to hit the go button. Kokatahi winding up on the outside. Queen Gerald Lawrence running on fairly well. He's True Blue back in the ruck. Duomo led. Icarian Dream on the outside. Kokatahi joining in. And State Opera right down the outside. 100 to go. Icarian Dream's in the lead. State Opera's trying hard. Icarian Dream in front. Getting close to home. I think Icarian Dream from State Opera.
Two.
And He's True Blue boosting through.
Down.
Not far away. Then came Kokatahi, who peaked on its run. Cola Kid never got into it. Then Maraka, followed by Queen Jenna, Power East, the early leader, Duomo, out at the tail. Stand by for the result here. Carrion Dream was in front, but State Opera's put in a big dive on the outside. 12's got it. 12 out wide has got it. State Opera
12.
has beaten a Carrion Dream. Right on the line. CJ Graham, she won the previous race on Say You Are. And for Tony Gollan, first up today, she's come with a big finish to nail a Carrion Dream when it shot to bits. But State Opera has dived right on the line to get it. Number 12 first, State Opera, CJ Graham for Tony Gollan. 2 second, Icarian Dream, Talia Fenton for Kieran Marr. 9 is third, He's True Blue, Ben Thompson for Tony Gollan. So Tony first and third, 11 Kokatahi in 4th position. 12, 2, 9, 11 on race 5. Did anyone back State Opera?
State Opera, 1964.90 for CJ Graham, outright Carrion Dream, $1.08.
But you got both of them. Dow's 2 and 11. 12 knocked out. You believe that? All the low pressure, nothing on the high pressure came in. Everything from the lower side. 12, 2, 9, and 11. Everything on the low pressure side. There's nothing on the upper hand. So this is where the game is. You see, I spoke about this, that it's difficult to win a 400 meter plus. You need more than 30%, which was here. I thought the 9, 12 I did not think of. Come on, that is in a very bad state. I thought the 9 probably will get into the middle somewhere. But no, it played upside down. 6, 8 and 11 has been scratched. 3, 7, 2 and 1. Yeah, so that's that. It should it should win. Ideally it should be what? 3. Six running neutral. 57 in trouble. 57 is out. 59. Then these are 56. So this will be 3, 7, 3. It will not work on 2. Just 452, 9, 10, 3, 6. Bad state. What will you do? Bottom line, 3 is the right odd. Okay. This is where it stands. 3 stands here. Okay. 3 stands here, challenging. Everything is okay. 3 should be the one which is winning. Now 6 is a upper class, which is not within the negative barrier. Which is not within the negative barrier. So that, if that beats that, that is possible. That is possible. It is an inner gate. So that 6 is there. But then 6 would 3, 2. Two is in a bad state, very bad state actually. Like 16. And 57 is getting into trouble. This is 59. The match is bad here on 6. That's the problem. But it is out of trouble. That's the thing. Ideally, it should be here. $7.55 is difficult, but here it should be. 6. The 6 knocks out. The 6 knocks out, but the 6 is la that. So very difficult for 6. We'll see how that works. That was Bendigo 11, 12 small bets. Come on. Boom, Dows. Dow's has taken the drifts very seriously. Dow's is now completely on the drifts. Whenever Dow's is playing, Dow's is going with the drifts. He's made a point that he will take a look at the linears. If the linears are not in a position to win, he will go with the drift. And he's been doing that last 2 weeks, last 1 week at least. I am watching you, Dow's, I know. But that's a great job, Dow's. That's a great job. I mean, I did not have the nerves to go with the 2 because of what the pressure line is. 9 had a little more, but the 12 knocks out. No, that's that. It's in a bad state, okay? That's a very good strategy, Dow's. 6. Last starts a Reagan farm. Bad. Everything is bad today. It's still at the gates. God knows that was you. Today, probably your omen bets are the best thing to follow. Today is the day of your omen bets. Bring it in, Dows. Let us follow you. Today is the you bring in your omen bets. We will all follow you. That was race 8. What is there in race 8? Group 2. Breeze! Welcome back. No, Breeze. It's a heavy 8 today. We are losing. We are losing badly. What do you see how Lady of Camelot is going? Lady of Camelot. Number 10. Lady of Camelot is having issues here. If that's okay, then probably okay. Oxford is 17. Okay. Heavy 8 is killing us, Breeze.
Bottom one down, bottom of the action number 18. I'm 411, 9 and 18. So 4 on top, Adolfo Diamond L, 350 into 320. Chittiax 4 out to $5. 7 Bird 5 into $4.80. And next best $9 down the bottom, our Queen. 350 into 320. I'd say O'Diamond Bill is the best exact runner, and it's about 60 seconds to bet. Next correct weight, the Gold Coast on 1845.
Tell me about it, Breeze. I've taken a lot of beatings since the morning. A lot of beatings since the morning.
Just before Adelaide Cup, over 2,500 metres. It's the opening leg of the quarter, and you'll be favourite to see what I see.
P-line. Which one is P-line?
For an exorable second, $7 to drum, $2 Chiladora in third, and $9.10 and 7 starts now in for 6, 4, 2 and 7. Now we're going to spend engines. Race 9, number 5, Sarah has come out. That's a $9 pump. The other one was in the innings, race 8, number 16, Shadow Ease, and now race 9.
Why not? That's in a good position. That is in a good position. Your pay line. But God knows what will happen there.
Just about set. There's the line. Racing now, Coco Jambu walked out, missed the start by 2 or 3 lengths, arriving home first into stride, lands in front of O Diamond Lil. They quickly find their order here. Chidiac goes to third, improving his Surfing Bird. Behind those, the rails was at that stage of the race, Chica Mojito. Next in the run, Artistic Venture. Getting back is Yes Lulu. Followed by Love and War, Count Your Blessings. Bauhinia, Our Queen pushing up in the centre. Then Coco Jambu and Konasana. It's arriving home, the pilot, led by 3, looks to slacken. It's out in front by 3/4 of a length on Surfing Bird, O Diamond Lil. Chidiac gets a good run. Artistic Venture next on the outside. Then came Chica Mojito, Yes Lulu, Love and War, Our Queen, Bauhinia hooking very wide, and Count Your Blessings heads the others. They thunder for home. Arriving home into the straight, led by 2. Called upon second was Surfing Bird, then Chidiac, Artistic Venture. O Diamond Lil back near the inside. Wide out Bauhinia, but still arriving home, 150 to run. Trying hard Chidiac. Chidiac goes up on the outside, and late through the centre is Surfing Bird. The 3 of them coming to the line. Photo between Chidiac and Surfing Bird. Arriving home's close up. Not sure what's run forth. Count Your Blessings, Chica Mojito, Our Queen, Love and War, Coco Jambu behind those. Then Artistic Venture, O Diamond Lil didn't fire, followed by Yes Lulu, Bauhinia and Konasana. Chidiac and Surfing Bird have hit it. Photo here. Chidiac coming off the Country Championships win. Has she got a big one on her resume here? 11 goes into the frame, Chidiac. That'll give Braithnock one of his biggest successes in his career, winning on Chidiac. Number 11 takes out the Hawkesbury crown for Brett and Georgie Kavanagh. Nosing, Surfing Bird, and 16 arriving home. Back behind those. 11, 17, 16 are the numbers. After race 4, the Hawkesbury crown, and 3, Love and War, has wound up in 4th. 1:16:47. 1:16:47 the time. 11, 17, 16 and 3. Chidiac, what a preparation it's been. 2 big features, the Country Championships, and now the Hawkesbury crown, adding a Group 3 to her record.
11 Chidiac there for Brett and Georgie Kavanagh wins the crown at Hawkesbury, 571.90. It's made. Second has gone to Surfing Bird at 220. The third to Arriving Home at $5.50, 11, 17 and 16. Close Perth. Season ending there on Thursday. Another very good season, a productive season for Tony and his team. In goes the favourite Moonwalk. He's Archie coming up. Stylax will be the last of them. The Liquor Barons handicap field. Skirt to the west, Snippy Witch, $4 each of 2. The starting signal is there. Gates go back.
The jock is a mismatch on this. The 3.
Find itself geared up to the back end of the field at the end of 200. Nickel Play looking for the lead. Nickel Play about to cross. Brave Spirit strides to second. Snippy Witch taken hold of, eases back, and now gets a lovely run behind the heels of Nickel Play, and Fury took hold there of Moonwalk, and so Moonwalk settles down running 4th, a length and a half to Velsa Cinder. Back on the inside, shaded by Goldmaker, then trailed in turn by Scourge of the West. Down on the inside at the 800, he's Archie, and Stylax is last as they work along past the 700, and Nickel Play doing doing it well by a length. Running second, Brave Spirit. Snippy Witch tucked up down on the inside of the 600. Over on the outside, the favourite Moonwalk has been given the run of the race by Fiore, about to come off heels and get going. Followed after nearly 2 lengths, Goldmaker, a length and a half, Balsacina, Scourge of the West, well back in the field with Stylax, he's Archie. Nickel Play turns the bend at the top of the straight now, 300 to go. Nickel Play got away by 2. Snippy Witch, Moonwalk came under immediate pressure. Followed further back, Brave Strike, Nickel Play about to be joined by Snippy Witch. Moonwalk putting its mind on the task, but Snippy Witch beats away. And Snippy Witch is going to get the money. Snippy Witch too good for Nickel Play. Third home, Moonwalk. Fourth place between Scourge of the West, Stylax from last. On the inside of those, it's Archie. A gap further back, Goldmaker. Then came Braves. Dropping right out to run last is Valsacina.
Snippy Witch, Holly Novel, 421.30. Nickel Play has run second at 2.40. Moonwalk for third there at $1.40. Fourth in Hawkesbury in the crown was 3 Love and More. Numbers were 11, 17, and 16 on 3.
Adaman 364.
7 is to an 8. Hoping looking at the 20th. For 390. For now, let's pick up coverage heading into Dalrymple Stakes. Take a look at the saddlecloth here. Number 7, which is Dream Rocket. For her, I think she wants to go through this 2-year-old series, culminating with JJ Atkins. So let's see what she can do here. It's only worth 1,000. She has had a public trial, possibly had a jump out a couple of Tuesdays ago. She looks good.
Win staff, Adam Canty.
It's just the one start. So the close trials have been good. This is a tough ask.
Just the Duchess for Kelly Purdy and Scott Sheargold.
Yeah, probably better with something easier.
We have a debutant playing of for Kelly Short and CJ Gold.
Just watching him for next time.
All right, let the excitement begin, Maxie. The first of our feature races. This is the Del Rello, and there is, 3 million buys you.
Yeah, with
It was officially 2.8, but let's put the GST in a bit. It would be another plus.
how would you describe it? Medium size, maybe a bit bigger than medium.
Yeah, he's pretty tidy.
Yeah, he's very tight, and the way he walks, it just all moves beautifully.
Very well balanced.
Yeah, I was just watching Jason trotting him off and give him a good look around here. And he's having a good look around too, but yeah, he just moves. It's like poetry in motion, and I'm hoping that's what it's like going past the winning post here for the connections that paid so much money for him. His form's right. He's drawn poorly. He's got to overcome an obstacle in 10 out of 10 of the 1,000, but I just think he might be a really good colt, this fellow. He's $1.75. He's just out slightly. There's nothing really back to beat him, Bernie. This Lucky Pat, 2 wins, 800 at Ipswich.
3-1-7-4, the numbers from Maxie. Bernie's for Dream Rocket. Number 7, let's get to David Fowler for race number 6 here at Eagle Farm. Barracks coming up. Filling the gates well for the Dalrymple. Boom Towns, we've only seen him the once, and he was a winner here at a dual prelude earlier in the year. The stablemate itching to go goes up. So only a handful out. Dream Rocker, Lucky Pat. Plan of Attack, CIA and the favourite, the next episode. Up goes Plan of Attack, a first starter. 2 to move up now. One of those being the favourite, the next episode, and $1.80 on tab. Best spoke away from him, you'd probably say Lucky Pat. Now CIA goes up. The next episode comes up. Jason Collin riding the odds on favourite in the first leg of the quaddie. And we're just about ready to see them jump. Red light on. All set. Racing.
The next episode out wide was midfield away. It should go. Bounced smartly, so did Lucky Pat. 1-2 on settling down. Plan of attack, the first starter up to a handy third. A few lengths away to Barracks, and then came over on the inside, just a Duchess, and outside of the pair, Boomtowns. Windstars over on the inside, followed then by the next episode is a long way back with CIA as they approach the turn. 550 left to run, it should go. An uncontested lead shows the way from Lucky Pat and just a Duchess. Third on the fence, 3 and 4 wide plan of attack. Then Barracks, Windstar. To the outside, running on fairly well was Dream Rocker. Boomtown's coming home strongly, and all of a sudden, watch this. The next episode, he hasn't barely moved on a column. It went to them one stride and went away from them. Down below the 200 metres, the next episode in full flight now. The favourite is as sweet as a nut, and the further they go, the further he roars away. You'll see him a bit more in the carnival, won't you? The next episode, he trotted in. Beat home Lucky Pat, Photo third, Dream Rocker or Barracks. Then came Windstar, followed by Boomtowns. Inch to go. Well back was CIA, plan of attack, and trailing them home just a Duchess. Well, I don't know where it will be next time or the time after, but wherever it is, he'll be making his presence felt. That was a cakewalk. Have a look at Colin. He never moved and went to them in one.
Got that. 3.
You won't see an easier win than that. You won't see an easier win than that. Number 3, the next episode, Jason Collett for Kieran Maher, stretching away from his rivals, making the Dalrymple a one-act affair. Beating number 5, Lucky Pat Ange Jones for Pat Webster. And third will be Dream Rocker. Number 7, Ben Thompson, Liam virtually in front of Barracks. Number 6, 3, 5, 7 and 6. The numbers are up, 3, 5, 7 and 6. The easiest of wins for the next episode, 185 tab fixed, and you got $2 back on the tote.
Next episode now.
No, it is not that 3 is a beast of a horse. 3 just was lucky today because of the form line. The negative went down. It was challenging. 56. And then this genius, the drop 3, 5. Then came 7 and then 6. But 3 won. The first favorite. Today, the first favorite. That was the first favorite. Man. $10-13 scratched. $2-15, 4 and 9. Okay, so what is going on is this, that 2 is the favorite, that's the highest negative one of 57. Okay, and 15 is the next, which is on a 55. These are 53s. Then 4 is there, but it is not a match. Where the match probably is on a 57. Here is the match. Okay. Here is the match. I think so. That is true, but more than that, I think 1 from the lower side. Okay. 56. This is challenging. This is staying. 51, 81. Here is the job. 10. So now the game is this down. This is negative 1952, 1936. I don't know if the 15 will be able to. I mean, both of them has their own issues. So the 15 is not within the negative, but it is through the DICR, it is the lowest. So on a 1600 meter, generally a group 2 is about these green guys. Group 2 is about the green guys. Through the DICR, whoever is green, they have a better chance of winning. In that phase, 2 is the favorite, which also has some amount of form line going on, but it is getting into negative. Okay, so that means the struggle is real. From there, we go through all that. So then the negative, the linear is there, which is out of trouble. So that can happen. All those things can happen. But I think whether 15 wins, maybe because of the form line. But I'm not in a position to actually work out this thing today. Or if the 2 loses, you know why the 2 lost. But that 1 on a 57, 1, 1. Seven, 69, 68 from 44. We'll see how that works. I don't know. I don't know. I kind of I have lost faith today on this track. I don't know if that will work. It's a heavy 8 we are dealing with. So the problem is twice here. Why? Because A, it is getting into negative. B, it is a heavy track. And with 15 is not getting into the negative, but it has the weight disadvantage. This race as a group 2 has been segregated into 2 factors, which is the whether they are male or female. So the females have a lower weight and the males have a higher weight. But ideally, a group 2 or a group 3 or whatever it is, whenever it is a 3-year-old race, generally it is about form line. Whether it is a group 2 or group 3. But that's that part of the story. We know the numbers now. Whether that'll work or not, God knows if that'll work, but we'll see how that happens. Ten Bendigo, wow, it will be more. Ideally, how will you do that? 14 is the drop in class, but they're like 54% bleeding. So what they will do, God knows. This is the drop in class, has the opportunity. So that probably is there in some way or the other. And if the 6 knocks it out, then what happens? Eight Hawkesbury.
Yard is 8 Waterford, and shortly they'll load up.
A word or two on the big sports breakfast week in rugby league.
Brilliant. .com.au. Sailors at Riverside on May 5 and 6.
At Tab, we're on for Saturday racing. Check my offers on the Tab app for exclusive Saturday racing offers available now on races 1 to 6 across Hawkesbury, Bendigo and Eagle Farm. That's offers on races 1 to 6 available now across 3 big tracks this Saturday. Tab.
First online fixed odds win bet only. Bonus bet capped at stakes specific to individual customers. T's and C's at promotions page. What are you really gambling with? For free and confidential support, visit gamblinghelponline.org.au.
Brad Davidson with Vivier on top here at the Hawkesbury Gold Cup, and they're moving forward.
It comes up. Imperialist and Waterford coming in together. Waterford goes forward. Middle Earth and Skylab now getting ready, so there's only 2 out. Churchill's Choice, one of 3 mares in the race, about to move forward. 330 favourite number 9, taken 370 about 5. Coming out of the Doncaster. Checked a bit on the home turn. Cutfield ready to go. Red light is on. Racing. Caught them well. A more victorious out wide left nicely. Palmetto shows a bit of speed. Shohisha's up there as well. Vivier put onto the pace, but it's a more victorious breaking out of the pack and going 1 length clear in the Hawkesbury Cup. Shohisha, Palmetto, Vivier, the next few runners. Royal Supremacy pulling on the outside of War Eternal. Back on the fence taken. Waterford's in that bunch with Imperialist. Then Yeti moves Churchill's Choice off the track from Middle Earth, Tarby Time. And Skylab is last. A more victorious goes out past the 1,000 metres. And he leads by 3/4 of a length. Shohisha parked outside of him. Palmetto the inside. Royal Supremacy continues to tow forward 3 deep. Then Vivier in a pretty good spot. Followed by Waterford. Pace only soft mid-race. The next pair are War Eternal and Taken. Churchill's Choice. They've slowed even more here. Leaders getting a picnic. Followed by Middle Earth. Yet he moves Imperialist. And Tarby Time. They swing around the home turn. A more victorious starting to crank it up now. He leads from Shohisha on the outside. Vivier's trying to push out. She's getting clear galloping room to the turn, and Palmetto is just behind them, getting a run as they enter the straight. Force wide, Royal Supremacy trying to come through them. War Eternal and Taken's back near the inside. Palmetto showing a bit of dash at odds. Moves up to a more victorious. Back to the inside was Taken. Shohisha, Churchill's Choice wide out. It's Palmetto, Taken, Churchill's Choice. Here they come to the line. Churchill's Choice has got up and won. From Palmetto and Taken, War Eternal, Tarby Time, and the next home is Yeti Mood, followed by a more victorious Imperialist Sky Lab, Vivier, Royal Supremacy, Shohisha, and Waterford. Churchill's Choice has flown down the outside and got up to win number 17. Regan Bayliss for Nathan Doyle. She's ambushed them. Palmetto second. He's run a cracking race off the freshen up. He was well backed at a big price too.
Going 5 Eagle Farm.
12 was run third, War Eternal, and 9 is fourth.
5
17, 15, 12, and 9. 17, 15, 12, and 9 in 136.65. We'll check that last 600, but look how wide it is. Churchill's Choice. It's nearly on the outside fence, and it has sprinted home to win the Hawkesbury Cup. Just. Came quickly down the middle to win. Churchill's Choice. 136.65 the time. 33.95 the last 600 after the Hawkesbury Cup.
So it was Churchill's Choice, 27.70 and 7.10, 15 Palmetto, 3.50, 12 War Eternal, $7, and 9 is run for Taken. The next at Hawkesbury is the Gold Rush, and the early favourite is LSD 420. The Birdie and Maxi in the yard was
Starters take out the Delrello. What are the chances of doing it here?
well, Cecil Dancer's been well back to beat him. She's phoned in a couple of points, and Great Monarch's actually been quite easy. $1.80 early today, out to $2.40. It looks he's race Bernie's drawn the right gate. I'm positive he'll run the distance. The pedigree says, a mile and beyond with him. But where does Martin position on him? We've had a good look at the speed map, and there's not a lot doing up on the pace, is there?
I don't think so, but I think on paper you're probably right, but I think the size of the field will generate tempo. I think something like Call to Think maybe could go forward.
Well, he could be stranded if he goes back from that outside gate. We've seen him in the past go forward. Bingy and Kilman. Kilman did lead last start, ran second in Sydney. There might be a little bit of speed, but what we do know is that he's cool, calm and collected, Martin Harley on Brave Monarch, and he'll just be waiting as long as he can before he hits the button.
All right, State Visit is the first chap to look at, and he's trained by
I
Kieran
see
Maher,
nine.
Taylor Marshall in the saddle.
He was quite good in that Daybreak Lover behind Brave Monarch. He used a bit of gas to get up there early. I reckon they might ride him a little bit colder today.
Possibly. All right, here's our favourite, Brave Monarch. I think that's a faultless parade by this guy. Just that edge slightly off him, not so much prancy and dancy in the yard, Maxie. Team Munts and Martin Harley.
Yeah, he's just got this desire to win. Every start that he's had, remember his first start here, he was over the short course and pulled like a train, pulled himself into the ground, but since then he hasn't looked back, and Martin gets on so well with him, and he's got the draw, and he did beat the Queensland horses hands down last time.
All right, Call Da Vinci's number 3 from the Bevan Lanning stable, Carl Wilson-Taylor.
Yeah, he was second. He was no match for Brave Monarch, but he's a chance here. He gets his preferred ground, a bit of sting out of it.
That's right. Spanish Treasure, good parade, Tony Gollan, Tim Clark.
Well, these 2 runs back have been very good in, the traditional lead-ups behind the wheelbarrow and Brave Monarch. He's getting winkers on first time, now that we're getting serious in these bigger races, just to find that length or two.
All right, options. Where do we put options in the mix? 26s into 21s, Tony and Calvin, McAvoy and Jason Collett.
Interesting runner, drawn poorly here. I think he possibly finishes with a flashing light. His run in the South Pacific was okay, just got too far back.
All right, Kilman for Chris Waller and Ryan Maloney.
It was on pace last start in the Carbine Club at Randwick, went second to Autumn Break. Has since had a tick over the trial. It's been a month between runs, but might get a nice cruisy time of it in the first half dozen.
Bingy for Kelly Schweeder and CJ Graham.
Yes, new to the stables, ex-Moody Coleman. Interested to see how this colt goes here. He's probably going to find it maybe a little bit sharp, so just going to keep an eye on it.
Special artists for Kelly Schweeder and Michael Rod.
It was okay first up behind Tomba, and then was stuck on the rails last start in that Brave Monarch race. He's better than that.
Okay, Autumn King from the Paul Massara and Leah Avernich stable with Angela Jones.
Yes, he's been prepared beautifully by the team, bringing him through the back door, thrown him a deep end last start, and I thought he did well running fifth in the South Pacific, a mile back, but importantly, powering through the line.
Mr. Worthington, Joe Gleason and Damien Bosch.
He's a nice horse, trained in Toowoomba, but this is probably a bit strong.
Another cashy for Matt Dunn and Jake Bayless.
What was that last start? He's missed the kick and he zoomed around. A total forget. I reckon they'll just neck him at the start right quietly and he'll go a lot better.
Vanderveld for Paul Jenkins and Mark Duplessis.
Yes, one of the big prize here. Happy to watch.
Here is Schnitzel Dancer for Gerald Ryan, Sterling Alexio and Ben Thompson.
Since they stepped her up over a little bit more ground, she's going really well. She was good at Warwick Farm, and then 1500, too good at Hawkesbury, and then she ran down Plaintiff, which is not easy to do, at Randwick in the James car. She's got the map, everything's positive.
Tupakara at $21 for Team Archibald and Ash Morgan.
Well, she was one of the eye catchers. I think the wheelbarrow and her were the eye catchers in that Daybreak Lover last start, apart from the winner. It was a sneaky good run.
All right, a great parade by the 3-year-olds, very well behaved. There's your favourite on screen, Maxi, Brave Monarch. Obviously, it's almost like a bit of a deja vu feeling. Re-team months this year, only it's with the 3-year-old versus the 2-year-old of Cool Archie last year.
Yeah, well, Cool Archie won the Dalrello last year with the second win in his unbeaten series of 5 victories leading up to the JJ. Yes. A good start with the Daybreak Lover out of the way, and now they've got the Queensland Guineas with Brave Monarch. I can't fault him at all. Not sure. I think he was too short at odds on in a race like this with the Sydney visitors, so he's probably at his right price. I think he'll win. I've got Snitzel Dancer in for second, Autumn King, a couple of the Sydney visitors, and then Paul Da Vinci. I wanted to get him in somewhere.
Yeah, I thought it was a PB parade for the favourite here today. He still had that game face on, but he was just a little more settled, which is great to see because he's stepping out to the mile here. The other fantastic parade really was Paul Da Vinci. You know, when you see a horse really bright in the eye and ready to rumble. So liking both of them, but we'll stick with the favourite. Let's.
Well, Big Eye goes up. Cool Da Vinci. Cool Da Vinci was so good around Cool Archie about 12 months ago. And he's considered a good chance here. He goes in. Autumn King moves up, and the Godolphin Blue option will be the last one to move in. So just about ready to break. Options on a Derby path. Goes up. All in now. Starter Mr. Lester has a complete line. The red light is switched on. Ready to break. All set. Starter holding them. Racing. Brave Monarch was one of the first to go. Kilburn broke out of the ruck impressively with Spanish Treasure and Autumn King. Here's a few driving through close to the inside. State Visit, Big Eye, and also another Cashy. Brave Monarch lets it all unfold early, and Claude Da Vinci going forward as well. Behind them, Vanderveld, a couple of weeks to Tupakara. Then came Options, well back Special Artist, Snitzel Dancer, back second last, and Mr. Worthington as last of all. Some chopping and changing in the early part, but eventually Big Eye works to the lead. Kilburn takes the second Spanish Treasure, left park, so goes up to the outside of the leader, and another Cashy securing a good run, fourth on the rail, then State Visit. Autumn King after the good beginning, back to midfield and deep, Vanderveld to the rail. Now Brave Monarch has lost his spot in the middle part, being passed by Cool Da Vinci and also Options. Then came Snitzel Dancer, Mr. Worthington, Special Artist, and Tupakara. The field is bunched and the pace is only fair. Heading towards the 600 metres, Brave Monarch a tad worse at midfield and still has some traffic issues. Meanwhile, at the top end, Spanish Treasure alongside Big Eye. Autumn King always wide options deeper. There on the inside was another Cashy. Brave Monarch starting to gain ground now. Harley threading a needle. Koldovici pulled to the outside. And even wider was the despised outsider, Mr. Worthington. The leader was Spanish Treasure. Trying hard, Autumn King had reached the lead briefly. Koldovici after him. Brave Monarch near the inside. Then Kilman. And Chupacabra looking for a run. Brave Monarch towards the inside. The favourite realised the front. Brave Monarch dashed away. The Guineas is his. Chupacabra charging home. Brave Monarch beat Chupacabra. Koldovici, Kilman fourth. Then Van der Velde, followed by Autumn King. Then Spanish Treasure, Mr. Worthington. Special artist, Tinsel Dancer. Option, State Visit. And another Cashy last over the line.
Too good.
Well, it just kept winding up steadily. Just kept getting into his gears. And in the end, it was what we saw in the Daybreak Lover. Another commanding victory. Group 2, victory to number 2, Brave Monarch, Martin Harley, for Chris and Corey Bunce. Last year was Coolachi. This year their banner horses, Brave Monarch and Harley, playing the patience game, but then go through towards the inside and move clear. Chupacabra, not having a lot of luck in the straight, number 16, Ash Morgan for Annabelle and Rob Archibald, but in the line strongly for second. Koldovici, another honest run, third, number 3. Cole Wilson Taylor for Bevan Lamming. And Kilman is placed fourth. The Queensland Guineas result, 2-16, 3 and 6. It's the Queensland Guineas. It's a Queensland victory for the team with Brave Monarch, the old team teaming up Chris and Corey Bunce, and winning jockey Martin Harley.
So 2, 16, three, and 6. Okay, that played. Five, 7, 9 scratched. 4, 10, 11, 6. So again, it's a group 2. Generally, group 2s are within the green. Okay. So what is happening is this, that the 4 is the favorite. Now the 4, we see that, okay, this was still at 89, okay, this was negative 89. These horses become very risky. I don't know what happened today was here, the 3 got through, then it went to 5 up here, which was a drop in class at a 15.9. That happened. It happened at a 450. Here it is a 132 from a 58. I don't know if, I mean, if we had a little support on the form line, this could have been great, but this doesn't look like it has a form line. It is going on the negative bracket. That one has a lot of support. Why? Because one, it is a linear, the hand is great, it is on the lower side on a higher model. So that's that. What I think is basically it's a good horse. There is no doubt it is a good horse. That's a lot of pressure on that horse, which is there, but it still is going negative. Now 59 or 26, 5-year-old game. 5-year-old, 20, 21. It is lower. This track has taken out all my confidence today. I don't know. I don't know. I like the 12. Let's see if that gets anything. So where this thing is getting into trouble is this, that it is going through negative. Okay. If the form line was good, maybe. I don't have the nerves to go with it. Then comes one. Okay. One is on the lowest. But if we look at this one and this one, the 6. So the 6 is the drift. Okay. That has the thing going on, which is good. Now the choice is between a 5-year-old gelding and a 5-year-old mare. I prefer 5-year-old mare any day. So that's a 57. Relaxation here. and we have a little support here as well. We'll see how that works, but the 12 is a check. The 4 is negative. Out here, 1 has a very strong chance of going through, but then again, how things will happen, we'll see. And nobody is there are no low pressure horses here, like these horses are not there, so everything is on pressure line, so probably pressure is going to play. So in that case, 4 is the right odd. That's the highest pressure line. If everything is on pressure, then that's the pressure line. It comes with a reset. I'm going to 1 and 13. The 1 has a huge chance, 1. And the 13 that you're talking about is also good, but it's a 6-year-old mare. Okay. These two. In that case, the 6 gets into picture, which is as a drift. And then on a 57, this is a 6-year-old mare. That's the load value. If they have the same quant, then this is a lower load value on 12. That's why I took the 12. Well, we'll see how that works. But I mean, 1 probably has a better chance. You're right. 1 probably has a better chance. That's a lot. 130 on the con. There's nothing happening here. I mean, it's a good horse. There is no doubt it is a good horse. That's why the numbers are like that. But the question is, being a good horse in a competition where others have advantage becomes tricky. 1 and 5 hawks.
From common interest, the outside second. Freedom Flames up, riding the speed deep out. About a length away behind those was Amadei. If Bootlegger goes forward up to the outside of the leader as well. Give us some chopping and changing here. So it's on the inside more than hope from Bootlegger as they run towards the side now. Freedom Flame still caught out wide. It's gone to third. Then Common Interest inside Oak Park Madison. The inside held up Yellow Jacket. Then came Faracta. It's getting to the outside, appearing some chance from Rohesia. Vim Vitae. Then came well back Amadei. And mostly for show heads the others. Bootlegger hit the lead. Freedom Flames after it though. They turn the corner in the Guineas. Freedom Flame looms alongside Bootlegger. Now getting into the clear. Yellow Jacket starting to dart between runners and way out wide. Amadei from last is starting to rocket home down the outside with Tip Top Tory. Have a look at Tip Top Tory explode through. Takes the lead inside the 50. Tip Top Tory is going to win.
Adam is on 8.
From Amadei.
8.
Third placing's Yellow Jacket from Vim Vitae fourth.
Yeah, possibly.
It finished in about fifth or
Possible.
sixth from Freedom Flame, Royal Sway.
That's that's the low pressure. Why not?
Well back in the field, then came Protector, Oak Park Madison, More Than a Hope, and Bass Coast Flyer and Common Interest, the last couple in.
11 Tip Top Tory there for Jason Holder. 16, 60 and 410. 13 Lemonade, $2. 12 Yellow Jacket, $8.80 and 5.
It's one of those days, Dowd. I'm kind of sick of it. I'm sick of this track today with a heavy 8. My mind's got all foggy.
Here, 3, way to the stars, 5.50. Basically unchanged. 6 hour Kobe Son of Firm, $6. 9 Monty Supreme.
This is
9, $10 been easy. 8 Osmar, a little bit soft out to 12. 11 Gumdrops, 13. 14
second last race. Yeah, I know this is the second last race, but I mean, it actually, you know, today what happened is
from race 9. The Gold Rush in 5.
with me, the problem is when I start losing, I can't get back to winning. I have seen that with myself. Once I start losing, that'll be my journey. I'll be losing. All my decisions are going to be wrong. I have seen that too many times happening with me. When I start losing, I can't reverse that. For me to reverse it is basically go eat something, get a good sleep, then probably start again. When I start losing, that's my problem. I can't deal with it. And today I mean, it was nothing was working for the first few races. For the first 4 or 5 races, nothing worked. I checked with everything probably upside down. I've checked, but nothing worked. Go 8 and 11 coffee. 8 and 11. 8 is a low prayer. Why not? Might be. That's possible. That is possible. But what happens to this is though it is lower, then it is coming from gate number 12. This one with a low pressure. Adaman has an eye. Yes. Possible. 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 This one, which is, if we look through the drop line, so this is where it is. 4 is at, then the 11 which they have is from gate number 12 over 1200 meter. They're going to be raving, which is okay, but that's a 56. Wherein this is a 57.5 from gate number 1 with a very high, no resistance on that horse. There's no resistance on that horse. If we go like that, then 11 comes here, 8 comes. I'm with you, Adaman. I'm with you. My mind got foggy today, absolutely foggy. It started paining. My head is bursting now. I just lost a friend. I kind of been, I don't know. It's terrible. Everything went wrong. I mean, today we did not have the right track. Eagle Farm. Who wants to race Eagle Farm on a Saturday, man? First Eagle Farm, then Heavy 8. Then all monkey business. donkeys out. Yeah. I think Whitegate is not bad there today. Whitegate. I don't know what is bad, what is not bad. I don't know. Everything is probably bad. Whitegate. Everything is probably bad today. How, I mean, the con is 130, the resistance is 132. How will that 4 win? The 4 has to be a super horse to win this. Okay, Hawkesbury. And I'm really sorry about this, gentlemen, today. I wish we had a better track, better place to race. This thing is not what even I was expecting, but we did not have a choice. Where could have I gone? I don't know. Morph, I can't do morph because I can't even play their sound. I can't even play their sound. Morph, I can't go. I don't know. I did not have any other option other than going to Eagle Farm, and it seems to be a really, really bad idea today to be here. Yeah, I know. We used to do this back in the days. We did a lot of racing in those no man's land, Jimmy. We did a lot of racing on those no man's land. A race course in between nowhere. Yeah, but what happens basically, Jimmy, is that, you know, like I said, I mean, the moment I start losing, I start losing. There's no going back. There's no going back. And then I know, you know, everything is going to go upside down, man. This is 59. This one is getting into trouble. But that's the one I think is more in a healthy position. This one is also a 59, which is a low pressure. Probably that's that. 59. This 60 is a drop, which is a 7-year-old gilding. Then we have this 57 and this 57. If we talk about that, then we have that. But the match is here. Jesus Christ, man. I hope next Saturday we get a better track. next Saturday we get a 4 and 10 will be drifting because why they are not going to be drifting. The 4 is in a bad state, so it is going to drift out. It is going to drift out. And the 10 is a 54 without anything going on. That will also drift out. What will happen there also, I don't know. The 4 is an obvious drift out. It will drift. I'm out. Pass. I won't get into it. Had enough.
Pike now brings up like clockwork, and so the filly making her way toward the gates goes in. Awesome Boy, Brandon Louis aboard will be the last of them to come up. The Witten Irrigation and Design Handicap Field. And they look set and ready to run. Off and racing. All main act well at the start, but the rider has drifted. Has been dislodged from the first of them to leave. The riderless horse is going to power up now and joining its main act quickly. It's able to master speed driving through. Righto, fighting for reins up there. Third to link, put a half Strictly Cash on the outside of the favourite like clockwork. It's buried away down on the inside, and Louis took hold of Awesome Boy, dropping into the back end of the field. As soon as they go by the 650, main act on the inside follows the riderless horse, just getting in its road for the moment. Barmar Bell outside of them. This is a real challenge for these two riders at this stage. A length and a half away, Righto went along. Like clockwork back near the fence. That's like thinking at this stage of proceedings. On his outside, Awesome Boy. They turn behind the riderless horse. Through Barmar Bell is next. Like clockwork trying to build behind them. Righto comes down the middle. The favourite hitting top gear like clockwork. It spears through on the inside with 100 left to go. Like clockwork goes up, grabs the lead almost in unison with the riderless horse. But like clockwork wins it in an incident pack race. Scored from Awesome Boy. Track for third, made back toward the inside. Righto, which wobbled right towards the outside part of the course. They were followed further back in the field by Strictly Cash. And last of all is Barmar Bell. God has drifted right at Natika Ring, taking a tumble, but quite okay.
Right, I just think the intensity of God has drifted. Elbows come out once they jump from the gates. Nonetheless, a bit of a mishap at the start there at Ascot. So Hawks reached 7 zealously. The winner paid $4.50 and $2. 15 Peps 9 was $3.50. 9 Monty Supreme $2.40 and 8 around 4th Ostmar, which means there's one to come at Hawkesbury. The last of 10 is due in 34 minutes, and Estremo opens the favourite at $2.90. They're parading for the Victory Stakes. We're looking at Private Harry in the yard. We've just looked at Private Harry. Here's Warnie.
Months make it back
Here's Payline.
here with Payline and Kyle Wilson-Taylor.
Well, he's there to knock him out, isn't he? He's always thereabouts. I think the team believe that he could be a better horse at Doom, but he was great in the 10,000 last year. Well, he's another one with a bit of fitness under his belt with one run back.
All right, here is Lady of Camelot for Gay Waterhouse, Adrian Bott and Timmy Clark.
She's just been a beauty throughout her career as the slipper winner. You know what you're going to get, a good, honest performance. It has been a long time since the Coolmore of last year that we saw her. A couple of barrier trials have been very good, and Tim Clark sort of stoked her up a bit in that recent trial. So she's here with a top chance as well.
In flight.
I'm really sorry I got just logged out of everything again. Dow's boom. Can't even move anything. Okay, back. What happened there? Race 8. 13, 8, 6, and 1. Race 8, 13. Thirteen, 8, 6, and 1. Man, we'll go to the next 9. I'm really sorry I got absolutely disconnected from everything again. There's a lot of scratching. Odds are 19, 14, 5, and 18. 19, 14, 5, and 18. I really wanted to do him, but they're like that. The 13 won that 6-year-old mare. This PC here, I know he likes Sensei Star, who was 16 in the last at Bendigo. PC was here. PC also took a lot of heat today. A lot of heat. PC also took a lot of heat. Things are weird and God. Yeah, you're probably right, Dow's, but things are crazy today. Things are crazy. Things are crazy. Now 56 as a neutral little run. How do we have 56 neutral running today? I did not have the 3-1. Nothing happened. This one is a 56.5, will run as a neutral. How will that work? And the 58 is going on negative. So that's a 58, which is not negative. See how that works. But this is also not doing great. The only opportunity that this one has is the gate number 1. A good hand, that's all. I know the 10. Arrowman is talking about the 10, 10, 10. Come on. Yeah, probably that will happen. Probably that will happen. The 10. I know. Your 8 came in last. Your 8 was there. The low pressure. That was possible actually because it was doing okay. A low pressure is a low pressure. That's that part of the story. And that's the highest advantage on this line. So yes, that is true, PC. But today is one of those days. It's just one of those days. It is like Yes. Lady Camelot. Lady Camelot also did not happen, right? Lady Camelot got beaten by a 6-year-old mare. And the fact is right. I mean, what is the result? 13, 8, 6 and 1. 13, 8, 6. So that 59 got beaten. This thing got in. The 12 was a little. The 12, these two 57s, the difference was here on the numbers on the 6-year-old mare and just knocked it out on the 3. That did not work. So here, there is a hope, this 58, because that 58 is stuck. That 58 is stuck. And Araman says 10, which is also right. This is not doing great, actually. This is better. 65, 50. That's a 9-year-old gilding will not work. This 6-year-old gilding from guitar 60, 33. How will that work? That's a 57 from gate number 22. So 52 from gate number 15. That's that. 52. And then it is 26. So yes, Adoman, your 10 is good. Your 10 is good. Yeah, that's the biggest question, whether as a 56 it will go as a neutral. That is the biggest question. More than the drop, that's the question. Coffee fun. I'm out on bus. Won't get into. I've had enough. Nothing is working for me.
$19.60. SRGP and double click lead $55. And save on Bechdel Electrolyte D group and vitamin E oral paste $28.82.
This month's specials available in store online at horseandhound.com.au or pre-call 1-800-060-896. Go on, Horse and Hound.
We're on for the time limit Hollandale Stakes Day at Apples Park Golf Race Saturday, May 9. They're off and raising
The 12 from 49 went to 58. For what kind of a joy?
.com.au.
Today's racing brought to you by Tab's Menu Mode. Get more value when you're in venue, all on the Tab app. What's gambling really costing you?
All three is 60 seconds away, so we'll be up a length for the last in just a moment. The Wolferdale on the Derby, we're just awaiting correct weight on 12, 13, 4 and 1. All right, Wolferdale there last is a sprint race over 1,200 metres. It's due in around 27 minutes from now, and the early favourite is the Quiche, which is at $4.40. In the footy, we're about 6 minutes out from full time at Seabus Super. It's Canberra 22 and the Titans 12. And in the AFL, we're not too far away from quarter time at Optus Stadium in Perth. And Richmond have hit the front, 3-3-21, leading the West Coast Eagles 2-2-14. So Shanny's picked a yard here at Hawkesbury in the last. It's hyperbolic, and they are moving forward.
Loading away for the last at Hawkesbury. Oakfield Jupiter about to move forward. Sammy Conquers All, Felix Majestic, Time Quest, Bioni, Estremo and Sly Boots. $3.30 favourite is Estremo. As these runners continue to file up. Cup today, won by Churchill's Choice for Nathan Doyle. And this is the last to draw the meeting to a close. Regan Baylor's partner, the Cup winner, and the red light is on. Ready to go. Set, and they're racing now as Garda stepped away well near the inside with Jamboree. Getting a dig in the ribs, the 300, and so too Felix Majestic. Keenly contested up front, just behind them Sammy Conquers all hyperbolic. Oakfield Jupiter, Sly Boots 3 wide around Estremo. Railing up was Time Quest, Spioni a length and a half away last. Felix Majestic went to the front, and he leads by 2 on the 300 and Asgarda. Jamboree racing fourth as the field stretches out. Sammy Conquers all hyperbolic the next pair. 2 lengths to Oakfield Jupiter. Time Quest Estremo gives them a big start. He's about 10 lengths off the lead. On the inside of Sly Boots and Spioni. It wouldn't see the leader with my binoculars. Felix Majestic with the foot to the floor. Coming up to the home turn, he wants to get home. He leads by 2 lengths on the 300 and Asgarda. Just behind those hyperbolic as they make the turn and come into the straight. Estremo still well back with Spioni. Into the straight, Felix Majestic. Headed by Asgarda, the inside who goes for home. Asgarda shot to the lead. Spioni and Estremo are starting to run on. 150 to run. Asgarda, Spioni is getting up on the inside and coming. Asgarda 50 to go. Hyperbolic Spioni trying, but Asgarda wins it. Asgarda by a half length on Hyperbolic Spioni. And out wide Oakfield Jupiter. In a photo for fourth with Estremo. Followed by Sly Boots. Then came Time Quest, Felix Majestic, Jamboree. Sammy Conquers all. And the 300 beat a few home. Asgarda, number 8 wins. Alicia Collett for John Sargent. Now we just need to get the Broncos home tonight, Dale. Asgarda takes out race 10. She's been close a couple of times today, Alicia. Placed in the Cup and the Crown. Gets a result here in the last for John Sargent. The key this evening for this girl, Asgarda, was the 1400 in the run she got in the race. Nice barrier, ensured that she was going to land right there. She enjoyed that pace, nice and fit. She gets the job done here in the last. 8, 7, 11 and 12, 121.96. 8, 7, 11 and 12 to wrap up Hawkesbury Cup Day. The margins, half a length by a half neck. 121.96 to the last of the day. That'll just about do us. Thank you, Simon, in there in the studio at Sky Sports Radio and Radio Tab. Well, that'll put a smile on the better half's face. A winner to close the day, and now we're off to the football tonight to cheer the mighty Broncos, Simon.
Beauty. Thank you very much, Luke. Enjoy the evening side. There's Garda there at Hawkesbury Place, 9:30 and 2:60. 7 Hyperbolic at 2:40 and 11 Spioni for third there at 170. 12 fourth Oakfield Jupiter. Let's get Bernie's pick of the yard on the last at Eagle Farm.
Some value.
Not the only one.
I've gone the way of Harbour Master, who appears to have looked like he's shipped a lot better this time.
Yeah, quite a few horses lining up here come out of that Miss Jolene race the other day, and he was up there handy, wasn't he? But,
I think he burned himself out.
they probably used that really lightweight that he had, but he has raced well here in the past. Harbour Master, and with that one under the belt, he's certainly a knockout chance.
What's your roughie? My
roughie is going to be the drover, number 7, who's an Elvis statesman, and he's racing well. He's getting on.
It's a rising 10-year-old, that's what you mean.
He's such a beautiful horse. I often watch the track work at Dougal with Laurie, and this horse goes out there and he does his work. Laurie wants him to do, go 13s, he does it. If he wants him to slip up an 11 and a half, he will. He's just a beautiful horse, and I'm not looking at his age, so...
No, don't. Can age not be a number?
No. Now, he was good in that race, that Miss Jolene race the other day. He finished right on the heels of the place getter, so I just thought he was a mad price. Mariah Keatings has got the regular sales at the moment, so I just thought, a really open race that we could go searching for a little bit of value. So Bernie's with Harbour Master. I'm liking the drover here. couple of others that we wanted to mention. There's Charcoal's heading around to the start. Now, his last run at Rose Hill was the first time he went over this trip. He went back to last and did make some progress, but
I think he worked home quite well.
Yeah.
What is he? He's a winner already of 7 races. They've all been less than this.
yeah, so therein lies a little bit of a query, and there's no claim, so he's getting a 60.5. And Cosmo Centaurus
Definitely.
is the other one that there's a query on at the trip. He's only had one go at it, 1400, and he ran 4th in the Guineas last year. The Daybreak Lover last year over the 1400, beaten about 2 minutes.
Physically, he looks like he should probably run 1400.
And he's on top of his form. He's at 1,000. He's at 1,200 where he was good to get up and score on the line last start here. So, yeah, if ever he's going to run it, it might be here.
So Maxie's numbers are 7, 5, 18 and 14. 7, the Drover on top of Maxie, which is a $26 chance with the tab fixed. There's correct point on the SA Derby at Morfordville, 12, 13, 4 and 1. We're just awaiting wait for Hawkesbury. Bendigo, they got the 10th of their final race in 3 minutes. Your Two Veins, the favourite at 270. I'll say good afternoon to you. Mercedes along shortly for this Saturday night on the National Racing Service. But right now, let's get to Eagle Farm for the last of 9 and to David Fowler.
And Simon, they're moving in well. Flying Embers goes up. The Drover moves in. For the load, Chasenati, Sultry Siren, Grammar Lad and Zondi. Sultry Siren, Chasenati go up. So we're just about set for the last. Michael Rodroad splashback to win the victory. He partners the last race favourite Grammar Lad for Kelly Schweida. Zondi, the last one in. All in now. Set to go. There's that red light flashing very brightly. Racing. Jumped at an even line. Cosmo Centaurus, one of the first to go. Phenom began with purpose. She breaks out of the ruck and shoots the early lead. Grammar Lad nice and handy soon after the start. Sultry Siren going forward as well. Cosmo Centaurus, after the good start, lands 4th in the Drover. Followed by Harbour Master slotting in one off the rail. Then at the head of the others was Roderick, followed by Flying Embers. Geriatrics, Charcoal's third last in the rail. Zondi second last and deep. And Chasenati is last. 900 left to run. Phenom steadied in front. 3/4 Sultry Siren and Grab a Lad. Couldn't have asked for a better run. Travelling smoothly. 2.5 lengths behind the lead pair in third. Cosmo Centaurus likewise with a good trail in fourth. On the inside of Flying Embers and the Drover. Just poking up between them. Then Zondi, Harbour Master. Robic a long way back to the rail. Charcoal's with work to do. Then Geriatrics and Chasenati. Up to the turn of the final event. 500 left to run. Phenom's been in front from the get-go. Sultry Siren moved alongside to issue a challenge. And they went stride for stride. From Grower Lad. Flying Embers running on fairly gamely. Cosmo Centaurus getting an inside run. And then came at the head of the other Zondi. Sultry Siren reached the lead. Grower Lad trying hard. Cosmo Centaurus near the rail. Cosmo Centaurus after Sultry Siren. Cosmo Centaurus glued to the rail, racing away. Cosmo Centaurus won the last, beat Sultry Siren, Grammar Lad, Photo fourth, the Drover, or Flying Embers. Then Charcoal's Roderick, followed by Zondi, Harbour Master,
14.
Phenom, Geriatrics, and Chasenati was the last one home. If anyone tells you the inside's no good, he should put him in a lunatic asylum. That one went along the rail as well. Cosmo Centaurus. On the rail, straight to the line, number 14, Ash Morgan for Rob Heathcote. No drama with the distance either. Was strong at the end of the line. Beating home, Sultry Siren, Grammar Lad, and Flying Embers or the Drover for the fourth spot. For the second favourite wins the last race, number 14, Cosmo Centaurus, Ash Morgan for Rob Heathcote, 21, Sultry Siren, Olivia Webb for Rob Heathcote second, 19, third, Grammar Lad, Michael Webb for Kelly Schweida, and fourth was 18, Flying Embers. All big numbers, 14, 21, 19 and 18 on the final race at Eagle Farm.
David, thank you, and a very good evening, everyone. It's good to have your company as they move in at Bendigo for race number 10.
Today with a couple of winners. Macanali at Your Two.
So that is it, ladies and gentlemen. That is it. 14 wins. Anyway, but I want to thank everybody who's been watching this stream. We really had a bad day today. It was a heavy 8, but I hope that you come back on a better track, on a better day, and we will always together do a little chit chat and try to have some fun here and try to solve the puzzles. And I want to thank everybody who's going to be watching this as a replay as well. Dow's, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Jimmy, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Araman, thank you so much for being there, my friend. PC, it was a bad day, PC. Thank you so much for being there, my friend. Tuna, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Gate, thank you so much for being there, my friend. I think that is it. Thank you, gentlemen. I'll see you on Wednesday. Till then, stay blessed and have a great day. Bye-bye.